Mental health and wellness is so important in the world of gaming.
For me, mental health is the most underrated thing.
It's important to take a break from that competition to reset yourself.
We're all kind of like an extended family. We have to look at each other like that could be my brother or my sister.
I promote
and practice positive mental health.
Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. It is day 11 of 12 days possible before we decide our playoff teams who will be in it for the money and the glory. But before we get there, we've got a show today. It's the second half of it. EMEA caught up earlier. And of course, North America is where our afternoon begins. And I'm joined by James and Glitter to help bring us in on this broadcast. James, it's Saturday. It is the holiday season. That's picking up. But you can't look too much forward because, of course, you still got to handle business. It's day 11, and these teams need to perform.
Indeed. It's not the holidays just yet, so time for full focus prevails for these final days. As it's really important, man. You got to get as deep a run as you possibly can, as those deep runs and points will be really important for the final day going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams, whether that was yesterday in both of our regions or even just this morning. There's only a few days left, and these teams that really need to get some points on the board are doing just that. So moving into today, I expect this to see the same out of the last two NA groups.
Big moves, clutches, and of course, hype plays. That's what we can expect, hopefully, from today. But we definitely saw it yesterday. And if you didn't catch the action, here's a little video for you.
Third party's going to come hard as it's going to be Faxlon who's going to almost get knocked. Here comes the push. Pow Pow wide right knocks one whole squad's white.
The bombardment's coming down as TSM makes an aggressive push across the way and wants to take out Renegades, and they do just that with ease.
Stink gets knocked all up to Kodagami and Greek against this team on high ground, and it's going to be them that end up winning it. The Mexican boys coming down from Latin America. Legacy MX is your champion. That's going to be all dead. TSM eliminated the Kraber, putting that final nail in the coffin. Oh no. And they're going to be sending it right here, right now. They know one's down. The shots come out from the R301. They should get the cleanup. They will get the cleanup.
Mormonas are just doing so much damage to Liquid that maybe that's just going to open the door here for C9 to walk in and to clean things up. Fun with the Eva 8 in his hand, taking damage from the Storm. And the door is kicked down by Cloud9. They will be the winners here.
I stuck the Jimmy inside! I stuck the Jimmy inside! I hit him too! We gotta go inside! We gotta go inside!
Absolute Monarchy now stuck inside the building, having to fight everyone inside.
Yeah, there goes Sweet gets one. Sweet gets a second. He's not done yet. Kill leader of the lobby. He's about to get a third. That's a triple kill for Sweet. The Absolute Monarchy down to 2, so we have an insane finish here, but Premier is in the best position on high ground. They take out a flying Valkyrie. This is going to start being absolute carnage with ultimates raining down left, right, and center.
Charlotte Phoenix now inside of this bubble. One shot with the Peacekeeper will be enough to knock one player. Kodagami and Greek now left on their own. Now we're down to just 3 teams. Knights having a big fight. A lot of positivity coming out of the side of it for them. But now we're down to just 2 squads remaining. Ghost Gaming close out the winners.
Big fight from Mooners, who drops from the southeast side of the map all the way in Dome. They find themselves absolutely rocking. They went from having high ground and the best position to win this game potentially to now being eliminated from this lobby. 2 members are going to drop, 1 member's going to stay for the heal, and it's going to be the Valk who can just stay afloat. Meanwhile, here comes the push. Unlucky, down to 1. It's Prodigy Aces. He gets taken out, and Knights should be able to clean up. No, both members of Knights got taken out, so it's a heal off to finish here. And it's going to be Knights who ends up winning it because the damage was enough.
Another team, back up west. They're gonna get killed.
TSM are going to make a ballsy play here. They're actually going to take to the skies, but not allowed to land without a bump. They do have the armor swaps available, as now you're going to see Sweet start to sing for NRG. 2 players will fall on Premier, and it will be NRG who close out the day in our final game of the day by calling themselves champions.
What a moment. What a video. I mean, 6 games to take your breath away, and we hopefully have 6 more. Oh, we do have 6 more coming up, that's for sure. Will they be as intense as we saw yesterday? That's the question. We're hoping so. Of course, the action is just getting more important. But one thing that's very important for all of us to share with you, and I'm sure if you've caught any of our previous broadcasts yesterday or this early morning, that you'll know the news. We have decided to go ahead and not do the playoffs in person in a LAN environment in January. That was unfortunately something due to situations we have no control over, such as COVID, the Omicron virus, and the state of the world and the safety of our players and those involved in putting on this event. Though nobody wants that to happen more than us, the staff behind the scenes, and of course the players and you, the fans. We will get there. We promise. Just not quite yet. So thank you for being patient with us. What that does lead us to, though, James, is a whole new opportunity for teams that maybe wouldn't have been involved in January to really make a moment for themselves.
Indeed. We have a change in format here, and in case you're more about the pictures, I'm going to read you the words. Each region Split 1 playoffs features the top 20 teams from regular season competing in a single match point series. The 10 teams with the highest seeding will begin the tournament with advanced starting points. In match point, teams must reach the 50-point threshold to become match point eligible. Once a match point eligible team wins a match, they will be crowned the regional ALGS Split 1 playoff champions. Now, looking at these advanced starting points, it seems very key, Glitter, that these teams look to go as deep as possible to get those extra starting points.
100%. Yeah, that top 10 is no longer indicative of the only teams that are going to be qualifying into playoffs, but it will be those only teams that are getting those advanced points, which is going to be huge going into that match point system. But then, of course, this entire first page will now be the teams that you will see when everything is said and done in playoffs. So we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on 16th through 20th, honestly, with just how close these points are right now in NA. And of course, green means that's the ones that are qualifying for playoffs. Well, yellow here on the second page means those are the teams that will be maintaining their spot in ALGS, but will not be going to playoffs, whereas those teams in the red all the way down there at the bottom, those are probably the teams that are most worried here, Rain, because they are the ones potentially facing relegation.
And that's where you don't want to be, where you have to somehow find yourself out of the league. But, of course, everyone else in the 20th position all the way up to 10th was trying to just get into 10. And notably, it is a 7-point difference between, obviously, 10th place and 20th place right now. So one big day could have done it, but we're still now going to be hoping to see those teams like 100 Thieves at the very bottom. It's funny, they were called bottom 20 before they're 100 Thieves. They're now the bottom 20 team of the top 20 if they can hold on to it. Big storylines developing. But, of course, across the nation, we've seen storylines continue to develop. If you caught earlier, there was Alliance and 69 IQ Esports, as well as Guild Esports, becoming stars of the show, cementing their placements in the top 10. And, of course, Reply Totem having some really strong matches. Future Perfect with a big pop-off to shift things up for the EMEA top 20, but in APAC top 20 North, we've seen Flora actually have Riddle Order jump ahead of them. And on the backside, Bakemon, A2 Esports still clinging on for dear life to make the money, make the playoff situation. In APAC South, well, that's where we have the biggest winner. All around, 13 points separating first and second. Big shout out to Reignite for being so successful, so consistently. 404 not found. They just hope that they're not 1 point less, because that would put them outside of the top 20. We'll see if they continue. And Team Singularity, they are leading your South American top 20 with Pirate Dream rounding it out on the bottom. So overall, we have a lot of action that is taking place across all of the global regions of Apex Legends competitive esports. But today, you're watching North America. We've got D versus C, and oh boy, I see some teams that I love to watch in this matchup, James. I'm sure you do as well.
Yeah, one team is Furia, actually, and part of it is because Tech is a very cheeky boy on Twitter, and I just want to, he likes to needle different teams and players, but I need to see him back that up on the servers, and that's been a bit lacking in some of the weeks, so I want to see more from Furia today.
Yeah, not only do we have obviously lots of notable names here, but we've had quite a few change-ups as well. We obviously got to see this yesterday. TSM and Ghost playing with their new rosters, Verhulst and Madness being the new players for TSM and Ghost Gaming. But moving into today, that of course means that somebody had to replace Verhulst on Esports Arena. We also have we've got Rambo, we've got Torrent, Neanderthals, and SXG all with new players on their rosters. And you'll see that they were kind of swapped around, keeping things within the family like they did over in EMEA. But Rain, that massive storyline of the TSM, ESA roster situation is only going to continue into today.
I would suggest everybody has at least 3 beverages lined up of any of your favorite variety. Maybe 2 meals scheduled ahead on DoorDash, because you're not going to want to leave. The stories only get better and better from here. But of course, there are a few that we have to keep our eye on a little bit more closely than all of the others, even though there are 20 teams playing in today's lobby. And that brings us to one of my favorite segments before we get into the action, the Lenovo Teams to Watch. 20 teams, we could watch them all, but not really. It's a battle royale. We've got to focus on a few that catch our eye. And our Lenovo Teams to Watch, we've got 3 teams that have stood out to really make waves here in the North American side of things.
Yeah, we're going to be kicking everything off here with our first team, which is, of course, 100 Thieves. And the reason we've got our eyes on 100 Thieves here to kick everything off is because that is a massive org that came into the scene at the beginning of October, right? So this team had some really, really big shoes to fill. Now, up until now, they've struggled a little bit, and they are currently right on that bubble for that top 20 situation. So we're hoping that today is the day where they're able to make a massive push and really move themselves up the leaderboards.
Team 2 is going to be Esports Arena. Of course, they have lost Verhulst, and the question is, have they lost a kidney, or is it a more vital organ, a bigger part of the team? Time will tell as Nox comes in to take his place, and boy, are those big shoes to fill, or maybe Rockets as well. So one question is, can Esports Arena continue with the success with their new roster?
And then the final team we're going to be keeping our eyes on is going to be SXG. Now, SXG is also one of our bubble teams there, but the reason this is important is because specifically in NA, the points are just so dang close. It's going to be hard, so this is going to be the moment where SXG really needs to make a massive push for themselves to solidify their safety heading on into playoffs.
Well, there's been so many stories developing. North America has 3 that we're going to be following very closely today, as Glitter and James just broke down. But what will happen? Who will take the cake and seize victory heading into playoffs? Well, we'll find out. But for now, that's been our Lenovo Teams to Watch. All right, we've got a lot of great stories. I really love the 100 Thieves story. For me, I think having a huge org like that, not only sign what was bottom 20, our championship team here in North America, last playoffs, but also just 100 Thieves entering the Apex Legends esports space. It's been a lot of eyes on them, having won Esports Organization of the Year. Can they stay in the playoff picture? You would hope so, certainly. We've also got a lot of substitutions, and of course, the TSM and the Esports Arena dynamic. I'm more interested in Esports Arena, who, let's not forget, are at the top of North America. Noct bringing a lot of experience into a team that might be a little bit younger with Duplex and Skittlecakes, but clearly knows how to win. I'm going to leave all these topics here for you guys because it's time to kick into the action. I'm going to take a back seat, and James, Glitter, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you very much. And one extra thing to mention here as well is that Rogue is going to be playing for Torrent, mostly seen trying to get ranked 1 in the streaming sphere. He is feeling that he wants to get back into competitive, and he's back again.
Yeah, honestly, there were a lot more switch-ups, obviously, here in NA for the last 2 days of this split compared to EMEA. So there's going to be potentially a lot of changes as far as the standings. We have seen in this last push towards the end of the split so much variety when it comes to who's taking home the wins every single match, which teams are doing well, because yesterday we were a little off in our predictions because so many other teams were stepping up to the plate. And I feel like we've seen it happen in each region. And now this is the second to last opportunity for all of these teams to get some points on the board. And I think we might be in for yet another bout of chaos.
On the subject of predictions, we haven't got to our predictions just yet, so we can take a look at them. And whoa, okay. So for the second time in, I think, the last week, everyone's gone for the same team. Now, to me, I feel like predictions-wise, we are essentially a giant loaf of bread.
Okay. Now, first of all, no pressure, Sentinels. Okay, we all clearly think that you're going to do well, but Mine comes with a little caveat. To be fair, obviously
Okay.
I picked Sentinels. I think that they're going to do very well.
Let's hear
Historically,
it.
they've done phenomenally. But my only concern here is the fact that if we look at the last time these two specific groups went up against each other, this is literally the only week that Sentinels didn't do well previously. So I am a little bit concerned. However, that it wasn't enough to outweigh just how well Sentinels had done in general.
So part of the reason I picked them is because the Sentinels are ambush artists. And I do remember one particular week where they were holding a choke point and they utterly deleted Esports Arena, who just had no idea they were there and just couldn't react in time. And I asked, I think it was Verhulst on Twitter about it afterwards. They said, yeah, they like to do that. And so I was looking out for that more often. But that's one of a few reasons why Sentinels are such a strong team. But I like to see that kind of ambush play, and I'm hoping we're going to see plenty of that in today's action. So, considering these two groups, Sentinels didn't do so well last time around. If you had a secondary pick, like a backup pick, is there a team that you would select
For a
from C&D?
backup?
I mean, it's difficult with some of the replacements, like of course ESA. We kind of don't know what to expect from them, so might not be so easy this time around.
It's definitely not as easy this time around. I mean, I was considering keeping my eyes on Exa as well. They did do well in this last group matchup, and they did okay in last week as well. So I think that they have some potential. But like you're saying, there's so many roster swaps, and we've seen how one player or even just a role swap within a roster or a legend change can make a night and day difference for any single team. So it's a little bit of a crapshoot at this point.
Yeah, of course, we have the likes of Space Station in there as well, who are not shy for a good result. And G2, G2 haven't really... I like the way they play. They play the skirmish style with Wraith. Again, there's like the full send style with Ash that we sometimes see with a Cloud9, who we won't see today. But G2, they're fun with Wraith, the way they engage. And I want to see a big result from them. I think they're capable of it. We haven't really seen it just yet, but I would love a surprise in the eyes of G2 if they were able to pull out something big today.
No, I completely agree with that. And honestly, of any days, today is going to be that day, because between the second half, we're essentially the second half, right? We've already done EMEA earlier today, and tomorrow it's that last push opportunity. So the teams that we are currently looking at for those performances, this is their moment. This is when it is the perfect time to really get it going. They're obviously capable of it. This is why all these teams are here. We just got to see it happen.
So this is a weird thing to say, but it is me, so no surprises there. So we had like a weird one of the players, was it Pinky Finky in EMEA earlier on. We were just hoping we got our moment to just say Pinky Finky. I think it has to be McNuggy Butt in this lobby here in Group C for Roller Theory. I'm looking at you. I know you need this. I know you want to see McNuggy Butt going absolutely nuclear, so you can scream it at the top of your lungs. I wish the best for you. I wish the best for you in that regard. I hope it all happens.
I'm not gonna lie. Anytime that any of you guys have had to say it on a broadcast, it is very much entertaining, and that's just, you know, a shout out to the creativity of all of our pros, obviously, when it comes to choosing their IGNs.
Yeah, just the first part of that and the second part. Like how, actually it's probably best not to ask, so we're not going to do that. But we just want you to know that it exists. We have McNuggy Butt on Roller Theory. It's just good to be aware of, flanked by Amaze and O Wizizzy. So, you know, it gets a bit calmer with some of the other players, but just a bit of fun there. But certainly, this is going to be a very competitive lobby. I think late on, like earlier today in EMEA, it being late on in terms of the days of the split, we saw a lot of urgency. We saw a lot of early fights. We saw, it was kind of bizarre. We saw lots of high rings, if you will, towards the north. But we also saw a number of games where we had 17 teams left, way earlier than you would expect. We had 3 teams going down super early. We had teams essentially contesting an area every game. and it going back and forth, but losing teams early. And I do wonder if we're going to see that kind of urgency here today in North America as well.
I wouldn't mind it if the squads decided they wanted to have an aggressive day like we had earlier in EMEA. I mean, you're right. We had so many matches where we were casting, and literally in the first minute or two, we would already lose a squad, and then give it a couple more minutes, and then we're down to 18, down to 17. And I think that there's the potential for that, especially out of the teams that need it a little bit more, the ones that we talked about before that are either trying to get out of that relegation status or the ones that are trying to make their way into the playoffs bubble that have it within reach. That striking distance, I think, will probably inspire a little bit more aggression in some of those teams.
It's all about aggression here. You need to get that KP. And again, we speak about consistency, a word I've said a lot today already. Mm-hmm. Even if you don't get those... even if you don't get the W's, and sometimes you don't, I think TSM are a great team to measure this against as well. There can be play days where they don't get as many W's as they would have liked, but they're consistent with the kills, and they'll be up in the top 2 or 3 regardless of whether they're winning or not. So consistency is key, aggression is key, but the right kind of aggression, which sometimes mean disengaging at the right time as well, not throwing good money after bad, but trying to have a good decision making in high pressure situations. All these kind of things we're going to be looking for in the late stages here in North American ALGS. We had discussions earlier on about what the better or stronger region might be. I think it might not be a one-for-one argument there because Europe's probably larger, especially with the CIS region having so many strong players coming out of that. But today we want to see who the strongest players and teams are. It can be about the individual performance as well when the chips are down, playing the late game, trying to stay alive, trying to go deep and get the KP as well. And that can be a fine balance. So there's going to be many situations for us to look at once this lobby gets started. A short delay, but we should be into it very soon indeed. The question 100%. For you, mm-hmm. do you have any favorite players to watch in North America?
I mean, there is a whole list of players that I actually like watching. If I'm being totally honest, I don't want to be biased. And to be fair, some of the players that I absolutely love watching are not here right now. But I guess kind of because they played yesterday, but piggybacking off of our predictions, I actually really, really love watching Sentinels. Now, part of this is because I feel like we've gotten to see the evolution of Sentinels. And we talked about this in previous broadcasts as well. But where Sentinels started at the very beginning of competitive Apex Legends to where they are at now, the maturity that has happened, the growth that has happened for Sentinels from then until this season is just insane. They have improved on such a level that it makes them that much more enjoyable for me to watch. Like in past games, we've watched them make such intelligent, calculated, patient moves, the solid teamwork. So I'm really, really hoping that that's what we get more of today.
For me, I think I'm kind of cheating with my second pick, but for the first one, I think Hal is definitely, I think it's an easy pick for anyone, but I think he's fun to watch because, I mean, a lot of people will think of comms and so on, but I think you just see him as a player so far out there, just way extended beyond his team in a way that many people can't do. And I think that tells to his skill ceiling and things that not everybody can replicate, to put himself in a situation or extend without overextending, partly due to his level of skill and when to disengage, to just put himself really out there, get some KP, get some downs, create opportunities for his team to seize on. But how quickly he processes information as well is really amazing. But the cheating one is Zach Mazer from Cloud9. If he's not playing and he's watching, he's very analytical without being shy about other teams and different situations, and when they have an opportunity to say push into a building with a dome and get some KP, and talking about how so many people are gun shy, missing opportunities, and just like. You have a crossroads. You have a choice to make, but people err on the side of caution. They're almost afraid to take a risk and go for that push. And if you think about the opportunity that he sees versus the opportunity that many teams take, there's a lot of KP left on the table there, which is very, very interesting. So In terms of an aggressive player's approach, it's a really he's a really good person to watch. Just about when he's talking about the game, you can absorb a lot of information very quickly from watching him outside the game, talking about others playing the game.
Okay, well, if we're picking players that aren't playing today, then I also have to add Sweet to my list. I've always loved watching Sweet. I think he's insanely talented, not only as an IGL, but mechanically as well. And he's been good at pretty much every game that he's ever played. So he's probably also one of my favorite people to watch.
Okay, so we have a slight delay, as you may have been able to tell. Before we get into this first game, we're going to head to a break as we ready everything for the beginning of the massacres to come. So don't go too far away. Get your tea on the go, and we'll be back soon with the first game of today. And we are back, and it looks like we may be into the server very shortly indeed. Not too long to find out. Now, one thing we didn't talk about before we were looking to head into the game here was complexity. Another team where I feel like we want to see more from them, and I think this is one of the last few days for them to do that. Reptar, Monsoon, and iShiny. I think we've got some big names in that group, and we need to see some big results from them as well.
Oh, 1,000,000%. Complexity has been incredible so far in this split. And we have highlighted them so many times because of how well they have done for themselves. That's a fantastic call out. Reptar is another one of those players that I could probably add onto my list of people that I really, really enjoy watching. I think that there's the problem with these groups is that there are so many good teams for us to talk about, Bardolph. Honestly, Complexity will easily be in a top spot today.
Yeah, the NA lobbies tend to feel really fully loaded, and this one is no different. But I'm really interested to see all these roster changes we have and how they're going to look once we get into things. That's going to be very interesting indeed to see who swims and who sinks. I think many eyes are going to be on Esports Arena, of course, as the old roster, if you will, was widely regarded as the best team in North America by many a person. And so it's going to be very interesting to see what they do today. And maybe we're about to find out, because it looks like we're into our first game.
All right, I'm excited for this. We've been waiting. Issues have been resolved. It's time to kick off our NA matches for the ALGS. I feel like I've been waiting for this all day, like an hour, James. So I'm just very excited.
Yeah, I mean, both like EMEA and North America are really, really awesome, but there's something special about North America for me that it's like, oh, I get the treat, like the dessert of the day that comes in later on, and we get into it now. Riding with Space Station as we see Frex sliding in, not to the DMs, but to a weapon at the very least. A triple take, one of the dangerous weapons this season that really packs a punch. It is not comfortable to get hit by a triple take.
Big fan. I've always been a big fan of the triple take, okay? So I love when we are able to see it here, getting picked up by some of these squads. SSG, though, instantly, we're able to see the zone here as well. So first, nice, we got a northern zone. We got a nice northern zone here, which means the Complexity boys we were just talking about, that's a team that we have seen do historically well with zones like this, taking into consideration where they drop and how much area they have available to them to loot. This could be huge for them.
I see that Roller Theory with McNuggy Butt in tow have taken the Dome, which is worth noting because in many drops, like the Dome isn't really taken by a full team. I think we sometimes see Legacy MX dropping there as well, but it's going to be a very long rotation for them, so we'll see if they're able to do it. In the meantime, we have the Eyes of Complexity now as we move through Eye Shiny. We see some good armor for Monsoon early on, and they'll be looking to upgrade this as soon as possible. And as I say that, he finds himself some blue. That's pretty good for him. Good start. Start as you mean to go on.
Maybe you had some good luck there to give him so that they were able to start off with a little bit of loot. But to be fair, they always have this entire area to themselves, so they typically do have access to a decent amount of loot. Checking on over in with Estral Esports, though. Everyone's going to have to decide how they want to handle this one. They're going to go for that early rotator if they're going to be playing the edge. Estral here, already making their way towards Harvester, trying to get a little bit closer to that first zone at least. Potentially might be running into another squad along the way, though.
This green zone is like the sun in the middle of the day, just up top, bang in the middle. I saw Rogue is nearby. It was pretty funny, actually. When I first tuned into his stream, his cheer sound was me commentating. So that was quite interesting. But he's a pretty cool guy. He's got a very clean beard as well, which is probably not going to help him on the server, but has to be respected. You've got to respect a clean beard. You know, I can't really do one myself and just get rid of the whole thing. I've tried and failed many a time, but he's got it on lock, so respect for that. I've
learned today that you are a big fan of facial hair.
I give it respect
as well.
Yeah, well, we saw a serious moustache in EMEA. If you didn't catch that interview towards the end of the day, definitely something to tune into later. Parental guidance may be required. But yeah, we've got some clean people and gamers. I think historically may have a bad rep for like being unclean and so on. So it's nice to see that people look after themselves. You know, it's good. They're leading the way for the younger generations of gamers who may have some facial hair to clean up with. Oh, okay.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Very trying to see if you can land some shots with the longbow and connects on the last one as we instantly hop on over to Senior Service. Trying to see if they can deal any damage there from the tunnel. Getting some scans in for some information and going for a phase with Ash. They're going to make the push.
Yeah, that is the full send teleport with Ash, and They are looking for that full send, but they've got to find a result now as well. Two squishy players with the white armor, and James Phillips doesn't have any armor anymore, so this is something that they're going to have to try and take care of. Dodging, he's dodging all the bullets somehow, like it's an action movie. How he's still standing, I don't know, but that was a bit of a ropey situation for them, and I can see that Rogue has been down very early on indeed, alive for the time being, but that's a situation that will have to be solved for his squad.
You know, we were asking if we were going to get some early game action out of NA, and it looks like we are, because these teams are already trying to chip away at each other. Now on with Built by Gamers as they're trying to land some shots over there in the sniper tower. Wonder who they see over there.
We do get some early action, but just a reminder for the people at home, we start with 19 squads today. There's no sheesh for the remainder of this split, so no one's been offed just yet. Everybody's still up for the time being, and I imagine Rogue has probably been rescued right now. So a difficult start for him, getting hit by the wingman, but it seems that he's still going, which is good to see. We've got Space Station hopping about, waiting for this package to come through. Maybe there'll be something juicy in there for them. We shall soon find out as Niall goes to have a look. Well, the whole team are actually raiding the package. But yeah,
nice and quick.
Yeah, we're seeing more northern zones now, which is fantastic because you know, you want a good average for the teams dropping in different positions. But these northern zones have often meant that there's been little cover, which is fun for us, but maybe not if you're trying to survive in the late rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we have just become the agents of chaos here today, Bardoff, and I'm going to accept it because it has, honestly, it's served us with pretty amazing gameplay so far, and hoping to see the same thing out of NA. Looking like SSG is just going to be setting up under that bridge for a little while, holding that spot. G2, that we were talking about G2 earlier, hoping for some big things out of G2 here today as they are scouting down below, watching a team rotate across them and deciding how they want to handle it.
Yeah, G2, one of my favorite skirmish squads. We're going to tune into their comms as they may be heading towards Sentinels. So let's see what they're doing.
Down 86 perp. He's all the way out here. Gibby's flesh. He's crafting his armor. Push the Gibby. He's all alone out there.
I'm gonna ult him. Come in.
Yes.
Come in here.
Yeah,
Come in here. Come in here. I'm gonna ult on the Gibby. Ready?
Yeah,
Go.
Venus.
Right here. 45 and Ash.
Wait, right above. Wait, right on.
Crackdown.
No, dude.
Crack Ash.
It's just you.
Bro.
Wait, was the Ash on us the whole time?
Oh!
Double Ash ults. They weren't expecting the comeback from Sentinels, who absolutely dunked on them. That is not what they were expecting. They thought they had an opportunity. I don't even know if they saw that second Ash ult come in behind the pillar, but they will live in regret as G2 are the first team to get absolutely dumpstered.
Honestly, I think that second Ash ult is what saved Sentinels there. I don't think that had they not used it, they wouldn't have gotten back in order to kind of shut down that push onto the solo Gibby. That's huge. But Sentinels absolutely denied them. They said, no, it's game number one. Don't even try it. They did that so cleanly.
That was insane. That was a great time to have a third-person camera. Just see Sentinels teleporting through like they just came in like you're trying to push in one of our roadmans. Like, no, hell no. That was awesome. Unless you're G2, and again, they're a team who like to go late game. They like to find some high ground, drop off with the Wraith, put a portal in a nice spot, and just skirmish, engage, disengage, and just harass teams. But they have been absolutely slapped in the face with a wet fish. 19th place is going to be, well, hey, if you're going to have a terrible game, make it the first game so you've got plenty of time to recover. They'll have to sit there and think about that one. They've just been iced. The kicker has been iced.
Yeah, I mean, that's at least, that is probably the one saving grace, is that it is only the first match of the day, so they still have time and games on their side to recover from that. And with, like we've talked about a few times, the amount of variety we've seen earlier today and all of yesterday for both regions, I will not be surprised if G2 easily makes a comeback later on here today. But now we're watching a potential engagement here with W. They know that there's a squad outside their building, and they're trying to decide if they want to maybe push up on that or not. Furia taking a zip up over Skyhook, watching their rotation here, see if they're able to get through this safely.
That W team, I feel like if the team below them understands that it's a Crypto, a Loba, and a Jibby in that house, I would feel like they're more inclined to push them. But we'll maybe see if that situation escalates later on. Again, I just want Tech's Twitter game to be matched by the game on the server, and Furia need to provide us with more entertainment with these weapons now. And you can see them just rotating in, clearing the building, looking for anything that they can collect. They'll be rolling with Ash as well. And now that's at least 3 Ashes we're seeing. I think Cloud9 have set a great example with Ash. So maybe we're going to see more Ash in North America than Wraith. Maybe there's a trend happening at the moment.
You know what? And I don't hate it right now. We've seen some crazy plays in previous weeks of ALGS with Ash and Ash's ability to be able to get some places that obviously other legends can't access, or to do things in endgame that other legends can't do. So I think Ash has proven her utility time and time again so far.
We see Sentinels have found a Spitfire very early on. They've got KP early, they've got a Spitfire as well. Things are looking pretty good for them. We'll see if they can also find position as they make their way through a choke point, which, of course, they are notorious for setting up ambushes in the first place. But with these northern zones, maybe somewhat uncharted territory versus the comfort of the maybe traditional southern zones, they may find more urgency in finding a good position, as they are indeed out in the open for the time being.
Yeah, and they spot a squad on the top of construction over there, so they decide they're just going to continue this wider rotate. They don't want to have to force another engagement yet if they don't absolutely have to, especially when they're still trying to work their way towards the zone. So they're going to play this a little bit safer. I mean, they've already got some KP on the board. There's no reason to rush it if they don't really have to. And they probably don't want to waste any sort of utility or resources this early on.
We've got spyware on the Sentinel computers. We're going to tune in the radio and listen to their comms for a while.
Yes, up to
Yeah.
I think I just saw them, unless it's another team. There's a team all the way, they're wrapping market. It's probably
okay, that's good. That's good. We have to play quiet here, though, because it's like never, this is never like a good spot. Like people inside cap can see us.
There shouldn't be anyone behind us either.
Shouldn't, unless they have to run all the way back because they get gate kept. Look at that pack if you have a scope. Make sure they don't get a curver. I can do it. I have 2 to 4.
I can see it from here.
All right, walk up with me, Wiz. We're gonna leave the spot once I peek into frag in a second here.
I just want to see what he gets from this pack.
Yeah, come with me. We're trying to take this right here, my red ping. I want to look over this hill.
I got a Kraber. I'm pretty sure
he got a Kraber. He got a Kraber.
Oh, this zone. Wow, this pulled like crazy.
I mean, we could still. Is it bad fighting for this? Maybe under tracks?
No, it's really bad.
I don't think we can wrap in. There's so many teams in frag already, though.
Yeah, there is.
A team around market, and they have a Kraber on zip building.
It doesn't look like there's anybody on train tracks right now. I'm not even trolling it.
Can we clear this whole side?
Look at train tracks right now. It doesn't look like there's
no,
there is a team there.
I'm walking up a little bit. You want to scan building?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's that team running?
Yo, the back team's coming back. Back team's coming back.
Honest. This is free kills. I'm pething the ground. I'm pething the front of cave. Front of cave.
Okay.
19 purple.
You're in your own move.
Yeah, I know.
Building might be open.
Yeah, but
oh no. There's a team there. Do we have to like fucking like little dick? And
can we play the top? Is there any way we can play the top of the rock right here? Is there any way that we can walk down here and you can TP us up onto that rock? And that's like a safe spot, right?
Yeah, it just depends if there's teams behind us. I mean, that's what I say. We could just walk up and play this front side.
I think we just walk up and play the front side.
Do you want to make sure this team doesn't come behind us, or do you want to go now?
Yeah, we need to make sure the team doesn't come behind us. We're gonna walk in with zone, like a little bit early.
Yeah, just make sure you're behind me, just in case
I gotta make sure the team doesn't wrap this way.
I'm gonna watch tunnel.
He's gonna be running in Kraber.
Valk, right? Default Valk.
Yeah.
All right, so look at me, Adam. Right here, is that playable? Is that like in zone?
Always awesome to see the spatial awareness and trigger discipline on Sentinels. Not 100% happy with a particular location. It won't try to harass other players, so just try and be undetected for the time being. But they've got an interesting situation with one team behind them as we see where that ring is headed.
We heard them talking about it in those comms too, Bart. They were saying that they're exclaiming about that zone shift, right? And now we can see exactly why they were saying what they were saying, because look where that has pulled, and look how many teams are just outside of it. The ones that were betting maybe it'll stay closer up to survey camp. Everyone who's still in frag, in epicenter, they're all going to have to start pushing into each other, and this is where things are going to get a little bit spicy.
Yeah, Eastern Esports have been here for a while now, and they'll be essentially playing edge once this ring comes through. It looks like there might be a gap just next to their bridge, which may be a concern to them. But with the barrels, they may find some comfort once this ring has closed. But when the next ring comes in, that might be another question entirely. And indeed, we saw Sentinels looking around, and it was a very busy area around them as they're discussing where the best place to approach is, and we can see Complexity chilling as well. So I think the teams with a good position will be keeping an eye on other teams trying to impede on their position as this ring closes. But for those of them who are trying to find a space, this could get very interesting indeed.
Yeah, and we're seeing a couple names starting to pop up here in the kill feed. Just a few here and there. Spitfire now in the hands of Reptar after that drop. Now we've seen Complexity utilize this area to their benefit before. I mean, they've got some really solid sight lines up here. They're able to kind of look down and watch the rotations of a lot of those teams and know exactly what they're doing and how they want to handle the situation with a lot of information at their disposal before Complexity goes and does anything. So excited to see the choice they make here when it comes to this next rotation, because like you were saying, we saw when Sentinels was moving just how many POIs already had teams holding them down.
Space Station just lost Frex and Drop, so they're in a very hairy predicament, especially when you consider that that ring's going to be starting to close down and things are only going to get worse. And speaking of that, we could see Roller Theory with some skirmishes at the moment, but well, they've got 45 seconds to try and find a solution here. As you can see, they are currently on the edge of the ring, and that ring's going to hurt. You don't want to have to be standing around in that, but how do they get out of that situation? Of course, those doors could have people on either side. In the meantime, W start to have problems. They've got 2 men down, one to try and hold things down for the rest of the squad, but that's not going to happen. Eastern Esports will be holding their position, it looks like, for the time being, getting Ego back up, and they'll be able to hold around this bridge if they're lucky.
Just barely making it out of that one. Definitely a solid save here, not ending up losing a single player after that, and getting some nice KP on the board for this squad. I mean, we were wondering how they were going to handle holding this position. They managed to fend people off for now, but they are definitely going to have to start making some tough decisions as the time continues to tick down, because we're still at 17 squads, by the way, with round 4, ring 4 closing in.
Sentinel's going to be forced into the open. Have a look at Duplex. He's on some high ground now, which is going to make things awkward for Sentinels, especially because the truck nearby is occupied. I think Eastern, in the meantime, are going to lose most, if not all, of their bridge. So a lot of players are going to be exposed like they're on the front page of TMZ right now, and that does not bode well. Look at the kill feed! We're losing so many teams!
And this is what I thought was going to happen. I see Complexity and they're getting some kills. I think we see OXG and they're getting some knocks. Exits and they're getting some knocks. We're trying to keep track of what 100 Thieves is going on. Everything is popping off right now. We lost 4 squads in that amount of time.
Yeah, and we just lost 2 more as you said that. 1 or 2 more. My word, that was an absolute massacre, and that's the great thing about these zones. If you don't have position, you're going to lose a hell of a lot once that ring starts to close. Just a few rocks to play with as people are trying to play edge. 100 Thieves trying to get as much space for themselves as they can. The wingman popping off it, which will at least deter people from peeking, if not connect and do some damage. I think there's somebody on the high ground just to the right of Onmu on the other side of that rock, and these kind of structures and this kind of slope is where players like Valk can really come in handy, as well as the Ash ults as well, where you don't necessarily need to climb up there to get up there. If you want to use your ult on that, that could be really crucial indeed, and we'll see how that continues. In the meantime, Furia will enjoy this kind of baguette-shaped structure, which allows them to fall back as some grenades come through, and they're really looking for something, but from the back, they've got some problems now, and it's going to be really hard for them to hold on to that.
I was just going to say they had such clean shots coming out of them. It's Xset. Xset sneaks up behind them and ends up cleaning up Furia now down to 9 squads. I'm watching Astral Esports try to deal some damage down on the squad below. Cracks coming through. That was clean onto Voltic.
Yeah, Astral just saying, I heard there was a party. Have you got any punch? And they're going to try and do what they can and take what they can. And we've got boxes all over the place as Xset enjoy the spoils. 2 kills for at least one of their players. I think they've had a very nice time, as we saw CLG drop early and other teams, and we see Estral are putting in more work, and now Pistolo's the kill. Well, someone's a kill leader. He's only got 1 kill, so he certainly isn't a kill leader, but we go down to 7 squads remaining, and Lou from Sentinels has been dropped by Vayne. Got to be careful because we've got snipers on deck as well.
And honestly, I was thinking while we were looking at them before, the position that 100 Thieves have with where the zone ended up pulling is such a solid spot right now, especially when you combine that with the Valk, who's able to get on those rocks for the high ground with the Kraber in hand. This might be 100 Thieves' game.
Yeah, I think we may have lost SSG. I can see Duplex getting dropped as well. We got problems all over the place. People flying across on their knees, and that is massive damage with the Kraber. 3 kills, I'm sure, is being screamed on the comms as we go down to 4. Sentinels are getting wrecked as well. Who isn't getting wrecked? Apart from 100 Thieves, this has to be the god spot with Vayne.
Vayne, they have families. How can you do this to them? He's just moving to the next rock, looking for more shots to land on these squads around them. It feels like he's just kind of circling on high, looking for the next victim, continuing to shred with the flat line. Down to 4 squads now, and 100 Thieves is so aggressive.
Domes have been forced, and you wonder if Scurry's going to come into play with his ult, and there goes another team. Huge damage, death from above. Vayne in the flatline, thank you and good night. We go down to 3, and he is just chilling on the rock. He can allow the other teams to fight each other, just cause some more problems with his Q. We lose Eastral, a deep run from them. Esports Arena, though, are still alive versus 100 Thieves. They've got some rocks to play with, but soon those rocks will be gone.
And we were wondering what would happen with Esports Arena now. Without Burles, they're absolutely crushing it here. Top 2 squads, the fight between 100 Thieves and Esports Arena. 2 teams we wanted to keep our eyes on here today. 2 squads who are performing phenomenally, and more damage is coming out of Vayne as he continues to shred from on top of that rock. 1 player does go down, they lose Onmo, and Esports Arena is still a 3-man squad with solid shields. This is now going with Esports Arena as those massive shots are hitting for so much damage, and Skittle is just not letting anybody out of his sights. Esports Arena gets it! That flipped so quickly here, James!
That was absolutely awesome. I was thinking, like, sure, if there's a bombardment, now's the time to do it with all the harassment from Vayne on top of that rock, but they're just chilling on us on the side, Esports Arena, and that is a great way to answer a lot of questions. Do you still have it? What is left having lost Verhulst? Well, they've taken the first game straight out of the gate, so how about that for an answer?
Well, we were asking for a good game for game number 1. We got just that, but look at this. 7 kills apiece for Esports Arena and 100 Thieves. Phenomenal performances out of those top 2 teams, but then Estral, we watched Estral Esports for so long. They get 8 of those kills, and it just continues on downward. OXG gets 6. Xset get 8. Another team that I'd said I wanted to keep my eyes on here. This was a crazy first match.
That is a high-killing top 5 for sure. And respect to Estral Esports as well, because they played the patient game. We saw them under that bridge for quite a while, which isn't the most comfortable position. They played it well with the barrels. They defended when they needed to, and they managed to go deep. But that is a headline victory for Esports Arena. What is up now? Nox has got to be happy with that. Of course, big boots to fill, but his feet apparently even bigger.
Honestly, we had questions for a lot of the squads in our top 5, and I feel like they just answered them in this first game alone. Now we just have to see if they're going to be able to continue, not even necessarily that momentum, just being in a top spot the entire time.
And we see the scores on the doors for Esports Arena. Newman knocked with 3 kills, 1050 damage, and of course the versatility of Valkyrie getting up top. But we saw Skittles up on that rock like a Valk as well. I was wondering how on earth he got up there with the Caustic dropping down, pulling out the Mastiff. A team effort, as we can see. 1,000 damage on pretty much everybody, but again, it's about engaging, disengaging, decision-making, and Esports Arena certainly had that to take this first game.
I am so excited. If this is indicative of what the rest of the games for the day are going to be like, I am stoked, okay? This is going to be a great day of Apex.
Absolutely, especially when you look at the remainder of the Esports Arena team. When they lost their player, their initial emotions, you could see they were very upset. So that's a great way to get your confidence back, and just get on that Twitter and just write, "Yo baby, where you at?" all in caps with a question mark towards the end. Get those statements out there, man. Have the back and forth. That was a fantastic game from Esports Arena. We're heading to a break. When we're back, we'll be joined by more handsome, beautiful commentators for our second game of the day. So don't go too far, because this is a great way to start the day.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, a warm welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Pro League. And although some things do change, Tom, some things stay the same as well. And that's kind of the story of our first game of the day, right, with Esports Arena picking up that win. All the team changes, all the drama, it doesn't matter to them. Those two players can pick up anyone, it feels, at the moment, and they get that dub.
You got to give credit to Nock to come in and fill Verhol's shoes, which isn't easy to do. But you also got to give him credit for playing Valkyrie too, because Nox has played a handful of different legends throughout his career. If you paid attention to Nock when he first started streaming, he was always a Wraith main that came through. And now he's able to play Valkyrie at a really high level. He's played Gibraltar at a really high level. Anytime a team needs him to go and do something, he comes in and fills that void. Big props and justice for Nock finally after game number 1. We'll see if they can keep that momentum going in the rest of these games. Also, great positioning from 100 Thieves. Unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on Vane's great positioning and also his great Kraber shots, running out of ammo there, and also just not taking that 3v3 as aggressively as they needed to.
Yeah, Estral Esports with a really strong performance as well. Xset have been putting in big performances in recent weeks as well, so it's great to see them up there at the start of things. But at the other end of the table, we got to look at G2. It's a very interesting play that went down between Sentinels and G2. Both essentially made exactly the same play within about half a second of each other, but one beat the other. They're ever so slightly quicker. G2 got there first, but then they lost the fight. So it was kind of like one of those moments where everything can change so suddenly.
That happens very often where a lot of teams have that same idea, and that's why it's so important to get your loot and get the heck out of your POI so you can go and redeploy wherever you need to, go and skyward dive wherever you need to, portal wherever you need to, etc., etc. But you do have to win those fights, and you see how important it is to go and try to execute on that, whether it's you're getting eliminated early or whether it's you're losing out on 6 extra points, just like we saw 100 Thieves potentially lose out on, because you're looking at 3 placement points from first to second plus the 3 kills that you're losing out on. So it's a big deal to be able to win these fights, and you've got to make sure that you're making these split-second decisions as fast as possible.
I want to talk a little bit about comps, because something that has been jumping out to me in recent weeks, not only in the Pro League that we saw yesterday and today, but also in scrims and the build-up to these Pro League days, is how we're seeing the likes of Wraith, the likes of Octane, obviously fallen out a little bit earlier than this, but we're seeing a composition now which is based on Gibraltar, Caustic, and Valkyrie being kind of a front runner for a lot of our top teams. Why do you think that is? Kind of explain to people what the advantages are of that composition over some others.
Yeah, so you're going to be able to get the scans coming in from Valkyrie on the beacon. You're going to be able to get the skyward dive, but you're also going to be able to play the edge if you really need to with the bubble, because you need to have Gibraltar in all these certain zones when everything's in the open. And then Caustic's going to be helping you with the disengage. So you have 2 different disengage characters. You have 1 very aggressive legend. And then even Caustic, Gibby, and Valkyrie, all 3 could play aggressive if you really wanted them to. So it really has everything that you need in an actual composition. The only thing that struggles there would be the Caustic. If your Caustic play or your Caustic player isn't very strong, he could end up getting caught out because he's not going to have any type of get out of jail free card, just like the bubble would be for Gibraltar, just like you can move around with Valkyrie as well with her jetpack. So it's a little bit interesting to see how teams are going to go about all of this. You could also say, hey, maybe we throw Crypto in there too, but then you end up having 2 recon characters, and that may not be necessary. So it really depends on how you want to play. You look at a team and you look at the zone really quick, as we see it's going to continue to pull down south over here towards where 100 Thieves is going to be at. They're going to be loving that. But going back to the compositions, really we're in a great state of Apex right now. A lot of different characters, a lot of different legends that you can go and play. You could go and play Ashe. We even see Bloodhound is still in there for Sentinels too. So I really like that. And Sentinels plays Bloodhound because they're looking for skirmishes and they're looking for aggression.
Well, one good thing, not only for 100 Thieves with the zone, looking over at Esports Arena, they're getting Lava City and Big Maud uncontested. So essentially they're getting 2 POIs for the price of 1 over here at the moment. And you'll be seeing they'll be leaving with some pretty good armors and certainly some pretty good loot with those guns that also drop over at Big Maud. So give that, you know, we'll do the mathematics on this. They've got really good loot, a couple of POIs, they're close to zone, they've just won game number 1. I mean, things are looking good after just like a few moments here of game number 2 for Esports Arena.
Get a gold backpack, which I don't know how he shot that thing when it was gold. His flatline was completely in the way, so I was like, what's going on right here? Is this a pay-to-win skin, or what kind of angle is he taking over here? But Nock rocking that white armor, they're probably going to find him a blue along the way, which is already pinged. And then they're going to skedaddle pretty soon. And I wouldn't doubt if they end up taking a redeploy to find themselves in a pretty solid position, because they need to continue to get into one of those buildings. But the pick of the litter is going to go on over to 100 Thieves. And 100 Thieves has that composition for that. You see a lot of Caustic and NA, just in general in EMEA as well. And you see the strength of Caustic. He's just so good at so many different things, holding buildings, ends of games, disengaging, owning spots in terms of saying, hey, like if our barrels are gone and someone shoots one of our barrels, then we know that they have gone and taken that spot. So now you're even getting recon and information from that legend as well. And you see why people ended up picking that up. And you're seeing the double big boy composition that you brought up.
Well, here's 100 Thieves then. Just a few meters away from their drop spot. Just trying to control this high ground. Now, this is such a great, strong position to hold, not only for where the zone is going to be going, as we see some great shots coming in from Scurry with that Rampage, getting the knock onto Fury. Are they going to be able to convert that into a kill point, though? That's the question here. But to go back to my previous point, this is such a great position. I mean, you can see, this is a wonderful overview to give the explanation of exactly why, Tom. You have such a huge amount of elevation over everybody else that's coming in from the north of World's Edge here. And with Vayne doing his job here, which is just holding them back, and they're not going to have too many teams rotating behind them for a good sort of 2-3 minutes at least. There's a real opportunity here for 100 Thieves to just do damage, level up Evo shields, and really hold their ground.
And you got to think that the pressure is not really on 100 Thieves like it was a couple of weeks ago before we ended up making this announcement about how the playoff structure is going to change, because it's going to move from the offline event where we're going to have on LAN to online now. So now that there's more spots available, 100 Thieves is probably feeling really good about the situation, because they go from a team that needs to move up 10 spots to a team that's fighting for their life on the bubble. And that's just kind of getting this extra win. A lot of times in esports, or just, you know, in life in general, you don't really get second chances. 100 Thieves is getting a second chance right here, and they got to prove themselves.
Let's see if they can do that. Complexity are going to be taking themselves up to the skies, and the oxygen's getting a little bit thin as they're on their way down. One scan's going to come in from the Valkyrie passive, and a couple of playable areas maybe that they were thinking about playing. They're now going to have to swerve away and reassess as they will play under this bridge for now. I like this position. It's got quite a lot of cover. You can work your way up to Lava Siphon as well, but you can see they're just outside of that beacon area, and I like this from Complexity. We kind of, you know, we pegged them for a team that have been very edge-based in the past when they did run that Bloodhound comp, but that seemed to be quite a long time ago now. I think the Complexity with this composition I was mentioning, try and focus a little more on a safer rotation, a quicker rotation than they were previously.
And it's all about that composition that you're talking about here with this popular double big boy composition with Valkyrie coming through. And I wouldn't doubt if they were trying to get to this spot and trying to continue to advance forward, and that's what they were doing. The thing is this real estate is free, so they're going to take that. If this real estate wasn't free, then they would have had to sit back and did something what they're doing right now, which meant a bubble into another redeploy, into a skyward dive type of situation. Now Complexity is basically on the run. They're hoping that they're not going to get collapsed on from sniper rifles, numerous players and eyes on them, and it could be a situation where they will have to use a majority of their resources on set, which isn't going to be a good situation to be in. You have to be very smart about the amount of ammo that you use here, the amount of healing that you're going down to. You can see Reptar's running down to his last syringe after this too, so they can't afford to take any free damage, and they're even considering, is it even worth it to go to those pills? Because if we get shot at and there's nothing in these pills, we could end up being screwed for late game.
Well, you're obviously known as T2, but I'm gonna name that composition. I'm gonna say if you're running both of the big boys right now, you're double B, okay? Double big boy, big boys everywhere, all the big boys, double B. So we're going to see if that composition does work. But for now, we're going to see what Fury are going to be doing. I know that James Bardolph was keeping an eye on them because he wanted to see, you know, the talk online, so to speak, being matched by the rotations of the performance in games. So let's jump into a listening now with Fury.
Gotta take the fight. Just be clean with it and stick together, and we should be okay.
I think I just saw something here too.
Maybe look for a beacon scan too over no name. Plan on zip billing and just walk it from there.
Sounds good.
Get like our bearings on something.
Fire going on over there. See it?
Where?
Double bubbles.
Yeah,
over here.
no name.
And no name. Two
Let's go
bubbles
look for it.
down.
Let's go look for it. Let's go look for it.
Going down.
I landed short. I'm gonna be a little bit behind.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the most ahead. I'm gonna kind of just
Might be
be
3 people.
Yeah, this should be pretty ISO, whatever's going on here.
I'm walking up the hill just to get some ings.
I'm just going straight at it.
I don't really have range.
They stop.
Nobody's shooting right now.
Sounds like it, yeah.
We're on the roof. 2 on the roof.
They're going for
One has blue
beacon.
shield. I'm not sure who it is. Can't see it.
Gibby.
Let's leave. Let's leave. It's not worth. The other team left.
Yeah.
They'll just come back and third us. It's not worth. Let's keep going.
Okay. Yeah, they TP'd to the vault with Ash.
Let's go meet him in Geyser then, maybe. Do we know where the other team went?
Nope.
No, I didn't see them.
Yeah, because nobody died. No knocks.
Where did they TP to? Vault?
Inside vault. Yeah, They're gonna be in vault.
Let's go rat the edge then.
Okay.
I got 2.
I love listening to like that, Tom, because it gives an indication of how these teams have a constant overhead, sort of a virtual overhead look of the map in their heads at all times, where teams are, where they're rotating, who's shooting, where they can try and set up. And now you can see they're setting the trap here. They're just going to be ratting away, waiting for those teams to come through the vault that they saw rotate.
Little breadcrumb of ammo and maybe some cells and batteries coming up. With the doors wide open,
Cube
guys,
of cheese
come on in.
just inside the door.
Maybe $1 with a string on it, depending on how you really feel. Anything could work over here. We'll see
If anyone
exactly how Fury
ever wants
to
to catch me or Tom, by the way, you now know what to do. $1 will do it. Just put it in the door. We'll come running
It
in
doesn't
there.
even have to be a real
Quicker than
dollar. It
you've
could be a
ever seen.
Monopoly dollar, and I'm still chasing that thing.
Tom's going to go head first through the door. Anyway, let's see if Fury's plan works here. You can see that there's a couple of teams still rotating through, and I just wonder if they're going to take the first engagement or if they're going to poke out if they do see a couple of knocks going. This is going to be a good test of their resilience here, Fury, because you can see in the kill feed, they know the two teams that are there, but do they want to engage or do they want to wait for that clean opportunity to wrap?
This is so smart because they're understanding in the kill feed which players are on which team, too. And look at the patience. If they were to come through and collapse on the team directly in front of them, it wouldn't really work out. But now you can see shots are being flown in from both sides now. SXG is maybe understanding what is going on over here, and this is not a good situation to be in. They're going to have to pull something out absolutely phenomenally, and I don't think it's happening. Here comes Furia. They are ready to party.
They certainly are. There's a defensive bombardment, and there's a couple of arc stars going in as well. They're coming in for the third party. They're trying to clean up some of the downs on the way as well. They didn't get the surprise element, but now they are saying, hello, everybody. It is time for that surprise, and they're cleaning up these KP as well. Tech will have one to his name, and more importantly, probably out of all of this, look at the loot they're going to have as well, Tom. They are going to be suited, booted, top hat, shiny shoes, and they're going to be looking pretty dapper as they work their way into the wing.
And I love that we got to listen in prior to this to see exactly what the thought process was in terms of why they're going to go there. And they said, hey, I don't know if they said, let's wrap the edge or let's rat the edge, but they did both, okay? And it ended up working out phenomenally. But meanwhile, Esports Arena in a little bit of trouble over here as Amaze is getting that first knock. Gets right back.
Oh my.
Answered with knock. And
Oh
that
my.
Prowler, controller in hand, gold Prowler. That's not what you want to mess with on the enemy team. Knock is putting in some work with that.
I mean, it's a 2v3. Nox just went absolutely nuts. Skill Cakes will be eliminated, though, and there's a third party in the area, and who's sniffing for those crumbs? It's going to be Complexity who try and get involved. Torrent are also in the area as well. You can see that Uris has taken down Nox, and he was the one who gets that finish as well. Torrent, of course, playing with Rogue. You can see that here from his POV on the Gibraltar. So it looks like a pretty good decision, to be honest, from Complexity. They didn't see that they were first to the party. It wasn't a clear opportunity without taking risk with Torrent in front of them, so they decided to retreat and play their spot instead.
That's a sign of great discipline and great experience coming in from all of our players here, especially from Complexity, understanding the situation, understanding the kill feed, knowing that there was a knock coming on both sides, coming through and getting that flush onto Knocked as well, but then backing off and not overextending. And I think it's going to be really fun to watch Rogue perform because he's always been one of our best content creators in Apex. He's also got a really strong R301, which is one of the strongest weapons in tournament and in scrims. That's why you see it just so versatile. He's been one of those players that have coined it with the 2X, with the 3X, and also the EVA 8 in the back pocket. But this time he's going with a charge rifle to try to poke players just a little bit more long range, try to get that Evo shield up. And it's always a good idea to have when you have Gibraltar as well. But going back on board with Euban, Forsey, and Promos, this is the bad boys. They are kind of in a bad spot too, so we'll see how they're going to be able to get out of that one. Built by Gamers, also kind of a little deja vu, taking the same route that Complexity had previously. This is not going to be easy for them to get out of here either.
Couple of shots coming in, but it looks like this little crevice is clear for now. Fury are now using that Ash Ultimate to get up to this high ground, and once again, just assaulting this team down on the low. The only problem is, they're getting beamed themselves. The bubble does go down, but it looks like their feet might just be exposed here, so Tech has to be extremely careful. Gets that battery off, which will allow them to just reset for a few moments. but it is going to be a very tough move in for them. As you can see on the edge now, everybody is aware of their presence, so they're just trying to pepper these teams off, try and bully them a little bit in the kill feed as well. You can see Sentinel starting to get involved. Lou picking up a knock, Urice as well with a charge rifle picking one up for Torrent. So all of a sudden with 16 squads remaining and about 1 minute and 10 seconds left on this third ring before it does close, the teams are being forced to engage.
Yeah, this is going to get very interesting. You can see what the thought process for Built by Gamers is throughout all of this. They're trying to stay inside the crevice. They're trying to watch the team that's coming in from behind them because they understand that team is outside of the zone is going to eventually make a play. And you're going to start seeing Valkyrie redeploys. There's the first one right there. You're going to see multiple going over their head as CLG is going to get knocked there by Esports Arena. I believe that is maybe the last player alive, too. I'm not sure if they were able to get banners, if that was just a solo, too. So putting in work individually coming through for Duplex, too, is Built by Gamers with 30 seconds left. Really have to watch this geyser area. They cannot let this team come up, otherwise they're going to get pinched in third party.
Working their way up this hill, the team from down low is very, very difficult to do, but Built by Gamers have to be aware of anyone moving up. And look at this, you were completely right. Skill Cakes and Duplex still in the game. Yes, Noct is out, but Esports Arena still live, they still breathe. The Skill Cakes taking a little bit of damage, just about as close as you can possibly get to the zone. I'll tell you what, he's getting a little bit singed, but the sunburn hasn't quite set in as yet. So they're trying to stay away from the action. CLG just behind them at the moment, but they're going to be taken to the skies with the Valkyrie redeployed. So Esports Arena might have a little bit of space here to actually move up. They see that opportunity and they're already on their way.
Gotta give credit, working with just a two-man squad. We've seen teams win with just two in the past, and if you're going to do it, you're going to want to do it with Gibraltar on your team. You're going to need that dome when you're playing on the edge. You're going to need that defensive bombardment for all of this open area. Mark, just look at how much room they have to go. All that real estate is not going to be easy to cross. Meanwhile, Furia, it looks like nothing's free for them either. They're getting into a duel over towards the side, and it's only up to Zara Tricky, who's been a really strong Gibby to... Ooh, up until then, it looked like he was going to be able to win that one, but he was a great Gibby all the way up until he started and switching on over to Ash. I'm really excited to see what Zara Tricky's going to be doing on Ash going forward. You can see the shots, always one of our best trackers, and just map movement in general is on fleek. But meanwhile, G2 trying to bounce back after that poor game one. We'll see what they're going to be able to do in the middle, direct middle of this zone.
Yeah, G2 going to be pretty aggravated with the way that game number one went, just not winning a straight 3v3, which is usually something you call their bread and butter, but it's going to be CLG who are the team in front of them. A trade either side at the moment. The bubble does go down with the space between the two teams now. Resulta will be able to pick it and find back up. They're looking for this finish to secure the KP, and they will get GS Bird. So one KP secured. That's pretty much job done here for G2.
Yeah, the Spitfire in hand is just going to wreck and put in some serious work overall, but Resulta with 20 seconds until this next bubble has to buy as much time as possible. This isn't a very safe spot, and you can see that. Urice is going to come through and light him up around the corner, and this is not looking good for G2. No matter who you are, you're going to get sent on right here by Sentinels as soon as they see this inside of the kill feed, but Lou is taking damage. Crust is down, and now it's basically up to Senox.
Senox, no problem. You know, they take the damage, they take the knocks, and then I just saw Senox alive, sliding towards the last remaining players, and then the kill feed just said Senox. So, I mean, once again, Sentinels showing how good they are in team fights. Every single time we've hopped on board with them today, they have won that engagement. As long as it's isolated, it's very difficult to take down this roster. They work so well together, especially with those bubble fights. I don't think I've seen a team more confident to throw a bubble down and engage than this Sentinels roster, but they do have to move forward here. And I think that play kind of is indicative of what they're thinking right now, Tom. Maybe they're thinking this is a pretty difficult game to win from their position, so they're just hunting for any isolated fights they can find on edge.
Not only that, but you have to clear out your back in order to focus on the teams that are directly in front of you. Otherwise, you're going to get sandwiched. So the thought process is to eliminate all of those teams, focus on what's in front of you, because we know we're going to be having layers and layers of gatekeeping that we're going to have to fight through. And you can see that's exactly what's happening right now. Complexities in the vicinity. They're holding down on top of this ramp, basically doing what Sentinels was doing to the other team. And that's why the Beast of the Hunt's going to be popped, so you can go and get scans and get all this information.
Crossfire coming in from Shiny, not quite connecting the way he would have wanted to with the Rampage. Just a little bit of a tickle under the armpit for those three players who were trying to rotate. Look at the kill feed though. James Fine is going to get the knock onto Skittle Cake. So it looks like Esports Arena, their struggles in this game number 2 are continuing. However, they're not out for now. Complexity going to have to move up in a few seconds as well. Just playing this ramp, and they will be in just at the top of it. So if they can command this space, command this high ground, and hold out these teams which are moving behind them, then they might have an opportunity here to pick up some big KP.
It's a great little head glitch there. Also, very smart, well-timed bubble throughout all of this. Complexity is looking really, really strong. Yeeting some nice barrels directly in front. So much loot to go through and work with as Monsoon's going to make his way through that Nox gas grenade and try to find where the rest of these players are going to be hiding. Nice shots there from Monsoon too with the R301, especially without the scope, getting some tracking on the players that were directly in front of him. But now it's time to heal, and he's running around without hitting any type of armor heals, which is kind of crazy. And it's also crazy to see G2 fight their way out of this spot. Sentinels, a lot of our big hitters still here in this lobby with 8 squads remaining.
So Monsoon's running around naked at the moment. He's going to have to pop a battery. Let's see what the comms are like for Complexity as we jump in.
Multi-kill in that bag.
Okay.
I gold helmet's one, man.
Dope.
Guys, we can do the crane play. No, it's in the face of another team.
Well, we're just gonna have to play for something low. Like maybe here, maybe this corner. The blue bins.
Yeah, a lot of teams you have to go there.
We
can
also
go
can
out
just
of bounds,
walk
though.
in. We also, yeah, true, that's true. Where do we go out of bounds? Where can we go out of bounds
It
here?
would have to be like up here, right?
Yeah. I'm kind of.
And we'd have to jump on like this low pile up.
They just got down below us.
underneath us.
Yeah.
Do we want to wrap this side?
We're wrapping it right
there's
now.
a team
We're
there.
wrapping it right now.
We can just chill and maybe Valkyl.
Okay, I'm
and
down.
then fucking
You
land
want me
somewhere.
to do it? All right, Valkyl.
Not yet.
Yeah, tell me when.
No.
I'm doing it.
Okay.
I think we have to land up here and then land on the pile up down here, yeah?
Yep, I'm down. We're really early though.
Yeah, we don't have like a ton of time.
I'm hovering for a second, then we can go out of bounds.
I'm going out of bounds.
Yep. It was conserving that time.
I need help.
Here you go.
They're right here. Do we just drop on the side of the door?
We're gonna drop on the back side, on the back side.
I'm dropping on shiny. On shiny.
Yep, I'm on shiny.
I'm clearing. Fin is clear. We're not in actually.
We gotta slide in. We just gotta slide in and fight this team.
Yeah, we slide in on me. Slide in on me.
On the corner. I have shield up. My shield's up. Play shields, man.
Yep.
I'm still here. Barrels up.
Yep, I have none.
Well, Complexity takes to the top rope, but unfortunately on the way down, they crash and burn a little bit here. Monsoon left as the last alive here. Tom, what can he do?
I think he's going back to the death screen here very shortly, unless he hits 20 armor swaps in a row and everyone else stops looking at him, because you got G2 there, you have Sentinels there, and these teams are absolutely out for blood. Tough situation to be in, great listening. I like that they kept the vibes extremely high, and they're also realizing, hey, this is a really tough situation, but let's help Monsoon out. Yeah, this is a team effort. We all made this decision together. No one gets frustrated. It's not matchmaking. It's not ranked. It's not a practice. This is the tournament. They made sure that they said, hey, use my shield. Everything's all good. The vibes are still good for next game, and that's extremely important for Complexity.
6 squads remaining then. G2 is who we're focusing on, as the triple take will be in the hands alongside the Mastiff of Resulta, playing down on this low ground, but even lower on the ground is Space Station at the moment. Nowhere near space, closer to the center of Earth, as they're just trying to avoid any kind of damage that is coming in. They will be forced out of that ground in just a few moments' time, and Frax is taking quite a lot of damage. The Arc Stars are going to come in as well, which is going to force the bubble, which isn't the best of news for them. And up on top of the building at the moment is going to be Torrent, who have done such a good job so far in this game. You can see 2 kills to the name of one of the players, and also fully red armors mean they have been dealing out a lot of damage. And here is Yurice picking up not just 1, but 2 in the feed as he lasers up these people with that flatline in his hand.
And they realize action is going around the corner, so Yurice is going to play extremely confident. This is more of a Wraith play than a Valkyrie play, but the rest of the team is there. Bubble on top of bubble means they are just the bait and switch throughout all of this. And it looks like they are going face to face and toe to toe with Blue. EK flatline, double knock coming through. G2 coming in with the cleanup as well. A very late play, maybe an Ashalt over towards the top. It was an Ashalt coming in from Designful to get the squad over towards the high ground. And G2 is trying to pick up the bad game number 1 and say, you know what, we are here to play, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Gentrifying, look at the rest of the squad just flying in, Mark. No chance for protecting the rest of the squad.
This will be done. This is done. G2 will be your champions. And it was the moment before that with that Ashalt that you pointed out quite rightly up to the high ground, to third party the fight that was going on. Gave them the opportunity to escape, to zoom and boom, all of those bullets down onto the low ground, and then that was just a simple job. Like you said, absolutely perfectly. G2, the winners of game number 2.
And it wasn't an easy game. We were on board with them when they were on the ropes. Multiple players were getting knocked. They were getting weakened. They were down over towards the low ground. We saw the interview with Lou and how important Ash is in a lot of these endgame situations. That was a perfect example right there. G2 taking a really poor situation and making something great out of it. Curious to see how many kills they got overall. Only 7, but getting those 12 placement points is phenomenal. Meanwhile, look at Sentinels. They had 10 overall. That could have been a big game for them. But what a start after these first 2 games. Absolutely explosive.
Yeah, G2, I think that's really big for them. They've had a couple of weeks where we haven't really been talking about them, and it's quite right that we haven't, to be honest with you. But after that performance, 7 kills and a first place, G2 certainly have returned to form, especially after a little bit of a lackluster game number 1. OXG, though, in second place, we need to give a shout out to as well. 4 kills for them, 13 points on the board, alongside Torrent, who were in those final moments. But, I mean, Esports Arena as well, Tom, they picked up 4 kills, and they managed to scrape their way into 8th place, which from the position they found themselves in, where at one point there was only one of them alive, is pretty impressive.
Not too shabby at all. And also keep in mind, Kubsky on OXG is formerly of Flashpoint, which was the team that had the highest average placement in the previous season of the ALGS with 5th place. So I'm curious to see how his squad is going to do going forward. Excited to see what that team has in store for us. But what a start. A lot of explosive fights happening. G2 coming through. Having that Spitfire was absolutely huge, but it was that Ash ultimate. Even though Designful doesn't pick up any kills for the squad, look at the assists. 4, the damages right there. Resulted in Gentrifying going to come up on cleanup duty, and G2 gets that big win coming all the way from the thermal station side.
A very impressive performance from Gentrifying. It seems like all the G's is always speaking about in game 2. It was game 2, it was G2, and it was Gentrifying with that banger performance, 1,704 damage, that man's name. And I think it's good for G2. Like I mentioned, I think they've overall, not the leaderboard that we see in front of us right now. G2 has struggled a little bit, but now with that win, all of a sudden you remember how good you are. They've jumped up 13 places into 6th.
No doubt about it. And G2 is a momentum-based team. So when they start to really steamroll like this, I expect multiple wins going forward from them because they are just hyper-aggressive. They like to ride the wave. They are continually to put in a lot of energy. And if they can get positive energy going, and if they get really hyped and start getting each other hyped, then this is a very scary team to go against. I mean, if I'm looking at teams that I don't want to fight, I'm looking at 5 of the best skirmish teams here in this lobby. Esports Arena, you have Sentinels, you have G2, Complexity, and Space Station Gaming. To me, those are one of our strongest skirmishing teams in terms of who I wouldn't want to go against head-to-head in a 3v3.
Yeah, I think it's a scary lobby in that way with the amount of fights that we will see decided by 1 HP, 1 bullet, whatever it might be, like you quite rightly said. But Sentinels, again, I was very impressed with them and their ability to bubble fight. What do you think it is that makes them so special? Actually, do you know what? We'll hold that thought because it's time for us to jump into a break. Sentinels looking strong. Esports Arena won the first game, but G2 answer back in the second. We'll be back in a few for game 3.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
2 games and 2 statements made, especially after polar opposite performances in that first game. Esports Arena, of course, making the first statement, taking that first game. But G2 coming dead last after a failed push on Sentinels, answering back with a victory in game number 2. It's been a good pair of series so far as we move into game 3, hey, Glitter.
100, almost halfway through the day. A nice little bounce back there from G2, something we knew that they were capable of. That's why we were talking about them in the first place. But after this next game is done, we're whittling away at those opportunities, right? And the performances that we're seeing out of the teams that need some points, and we talked about this, it's happening. I'm specifically talking about OXG. See OXG moving up the ranks, and they were one of those teams that was within striking distance of getting into the bubble if they had a solid performance. They've been very consistent so far.
Yeah, we'll see if we can see more from them. But 3rd place at the moment is pretty good. But as we can see, despite the win for G2, they're not in the top 5 just yet. So they've got more work to do to chip away at those higher positions. And again, we talk about consistency. But again, it's so awesome. I think Esports Arena having 1st place at the moment is what the people needed, because they were such a good team to watch. It was such a strong team. They had such calm comms as well. I think, and to lose Verhulst was a big loss for them, but I think everybody wants to see them remain a strong team. And it shows promise having taken that first game and not having a disaster in the second one. Who knows what lies for them in the 3rd?
Yeah, I mean, only time will tell as we prepare to jump into our 3rd match of the day. My question for you. I've got a question for you, James. You're always asking me questions, okay?
I've got plenty of asked questions to ask you, so every one question you ask me, I'm going to ask you 5. I'm just saying.
Then maybe I rescind.
Okay,
my
let's see the question. Come on. I'll make it 3.
Do we anticipate a continued variety here in this game? We've got 2 different winners already. And we've seen it in other regions on previous days because it is this last weekend where so many different squads are pushing for it. Do you think that's going to continue?
I like a bit of variation. It's okay. So, and I know you asked me what I think I'm going to see. I'm going to tell you what I kind of want to see instead. Well, at least for now.
That works.
So we've seen a number of teams get like consecutive games or multiple dubs in one game, and I think that's nice in terms of strength and in terms of confidence, especially to see. Like if that second win isn't the last game, if they're buoyed on by that, if they're gonna take more risks, get more aggressive because they've got the space to do that with the points they've accrued. So that can always be interesting if it happens early. Then again, if there are so many teams in every lobby, we got 19 teams today, of course, and there's so many storylines within those teams. So to see some of them extended with different people winning can also be awesome. So I think. Well, it's kind of random, I guess, because you can't really predict. But I think we're going to see. I think we're going to see no one get a consecutive game. But let's say if Esports Arena did, that would be really cool. I think everybody would be happy with that in terms of viewership because again, like they had a big part of them kind of ripped away, and I think people want to see them stabilize and not drop in terms of where they are considered. Let's say top 3. A lot of people had them for top 1. I think if they could remain top 3, that would be plenty. So we go into match 3, and we'll see if anyone's going to get the consecutive game, at least in this 3rd one. But of course, we are only reaching the halfway point, and there's plenty more Apex to come.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I'm asking is because I feel like it's almost more important in NA just because of how close the standings were, specifically right around that playoff bubble area. It's gonna get a little bit scary towards the end of the day if some of those squads start pushing out the teams that are right on the edge. And some teams right now are poised to do so if they can continue their performances here today.
We ride with Metal Legs Ash in the hands of Designful. Again, that's going to be a good confidence booster, that second game. Dead last to a hot first. And now we'll see if there's a middle ground for them to have and where that middle ground lies for the likes of G2. Again, a team I'm always looking at. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Now we're seeing some very interesting, juicy rings. And hey, they just came off a fat victory, G2, and that ring is on top of them. So they are already in a very strong position. However, You know, Thermal Station is a place where G2 will have some high ground when those rings go in that direction, and they'll love to engage, disengage, skirmish with Wraith. Now they've got Ash, it's full send, it's a one-way direction. We'll see how that changes their approach later on.
They've got to be excited about this, though, because they know that they have all the time in the world right now to get every last bit of loot here and then just set up and wait for these teams to start pushing in. Now, we've seen a lot of aggression so far out of NA here today, so there is the potential for some more early game engagements. So some of those squads that land a little bit closer to Thermal, and maybe G2 will be able to start dishing out some early damage and at least get those shields evoed up. But this... I like it. I like it. I was asking, like, even just the potential of potentially back-to-back, the potential, you know, back.
I like it.
Exactly that. Exactly that. But that's what G2 is poised to do.
Yeah, they're in a very interesting position, and that nest up top as well is not so exposed like some other verticals in the map where you may be spammed by, you know, I want to start with grenades, but in EMEA we saw so much Valk spam with the Valk Qs, Valk taking the gold helmets to just get those rockets off as often as possible. We saw people in other perches with no shields whatsoever, just sitting there trying to hold on for dear life. I don't think they'll be in that situation later on, but we shall see. Who knows what is to come. We got Complexity now, blue and purple in a good way, as they look to continue their rotation. Furia getting an early down, or see if they can... Oh, hold on a second. We might see a team kill here, as Furia are 2/3 of the way there, so we may see a team lost early as players start to rotate into this position.
This is the early push in that I was talking about. Apparently, Furia's decided that they want to make it count. We've got Torrent in here as well. Torrent trying to scope out the area and see where some of these teams have set up shop nice and early. I love this. We asked for this. We wanted that early game aggression out of NA. We've gotten it every single game so far.
Yeah, we've got Furia doing finishers on teams who aren't even completely eliminated. I'm just seeing a finisher in the kill feed, and there's still one player remaining for that squad. So that's the kind of BM that I want to see, especially from Furia. Lead by example in that respect. And indeed, Torrent have got themselves a very nice position now. Of course, a team that has Rogan. He'll be playing on Gibraltar. A lot of players will know him for his Bloodhound and his R301 play, but he'll be on the Rampage for the time being.
We're jumping on board with Fury now. I was trying to see if they were on the hunt for that final player, but it looks like they are not. They're content to start off with a little bit of KP here and then just continue on with their standard loot and rotate situation. But still, I feel like for Furia specifically today, we've seen them being very, very aggressive. And you were asking them to back up Tech for the smack talk on social media, and I feel like they're working towards that.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Built by Gamers are going to be rescuing these banners, so I think we're going to see a rat play, and I certainly look forward to that. Love to see players try to survive. I like to see the rats, you know, hang on there just behind some kind of rock or something, but we'll see if they're able to do that. There's a lot of teams rotating, so that's not going to be easy, and of course a lot of rotating into the smaller and smaller rings will be required, so I don't fancy his chances, but best of luck to him. SXG, one of our teams to watch today, are certainly going to be looking for a good result here. They've got some nice scopes at the very least, and the armor is looking pretty good. Wingman and his Peacekeeper, if you've got the aim, then you can certainly bring some pain with those weapons, but you don't want to be missing a shot with either of those. You've got to be real accurate with them.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to trend upward right now. They've gotten some kills on the board so far, some placement points, but definitely hoping to get a little bit more just to continue that cushion situation. They're padding and really, really lock down those playoffs, because I've mentioned a few times now just how close the standings are when we're looking towards really 16th through 25th almost. So, and we've seen it, whether it's on a play day or just in general, you can have one day be what makes or breaks your opportunity into something like playoffs.
So we see Esports Arena moving through the dome. An opportunity to Evo Noct's armor, but I think they will be prioritizing position or maybe having some expectation to find some armor elsewhere of a better level than the white armor they have. And Astral Esports are going to be the ones up top. They've got their caustic barrels all over the place as well, so I would not recommend trying to take this position. And I was expecting to see G2 up here, but that isn't the case. So we'll see what they're able to do. Longbow is going to be very useful for this position as well, but as we can see, they're not the only people with a long-range weapon, so some shields will have to be used early, and they're going to be up here for quite a while, I would say. So they definitely don't want to be overexposing themselves and running out of shield cells and batteries too early, because we still have 19 squads left, and all the real estate around here is going to be taken. People playing behind and under these stairs, especially as things get busier and busier. Some nice damage by 100 Thieves with these wingman shots. A lot of those are landing, and their opponent's going to be in quite some trouble here. And again, they don't really have much real estate to move with here. And it looks like it might be CLG who are stuck between a rock and a hard place, between 100 Thieves and Complexity. I don't think they last long in this spot.
No, that's an unfortunate pinch to be in the center of right now. Complexity making a nice quick rotation all the way down from Epicenter in Thermal and finding a place to post up so far. I think they did get a knock on CLG as well, so they're trying to take advantage of the situation they're in right now, get a few extra KP, knowing that 100 Thieves is on the other side and pinching, helping out just a little bit here. And it's also giving them the added benefit of just clearing out some of those teams that are around them right now, because like you're saying, okay, we finally have lost our first full squad. CLG does go down, but there's still 18 teams up right now, so things are only going to get more hectic, so the more people they can clear out, the better right now.
Yeah, that spot was not the one. Absolutely nowhere to go. Team to the left, team to the right. They had vertical dominance up top as well, so there was that was a very uncomfortable, unwelcoming position for them. You can see Complexity now. This is a common position for teams to be in underneath. But as more teams are rotating, and there'll be some interesting angles, and I think that dome is going to be precious for Complexity as the remaining squads move through. And we can see Senior Service have got some close quarters engagements. We'll see if they can survive. James Fearless on the floor, and we can see that their Jibby is holding on to his shield for the time being as well. But they may be okay for the time being. In the meantime, Furia having some big problems, and as I say that, they're going to start to get down here, Senior Service. It's not quite some space to try and recover. Great tracking with the Prowler, and maybe they'll be able to get some breathing room now.
Voltic was
just... Furia gone.
Yeah, Voltic was putting in work against Furia, absolutely just decimating that squad, while also managing to help essentially keep his team alive. And I believe that the replay we're seeing right now was actually that solo from Built by Gamers that you were saying you want to keep an eye on that rat. He does go down to Complexity.
Built by Gamers, destroyed by the pipes. That looked very awkward indeed. Absolutely nowhere to go for that Wraith. So a noble effort, but I think it was inevitable. I'm glad we got to witness it. We're living vicariously once again as we move to 16 squads. And we'll get a map up soon to see how tight things are looking at the moment and who's playing the edge, as we've got 50 seconds before things get more, well, everyone gets a little closer, too close for comfort, of course. Trying to find a space. There's a lot of open platforms and not much real estate really, so it's going to be a difficult rotation here for Sentinels as we've got many tracers coming their way.
Oh.
That dome's got to go up quickly, and they're only halfway there. They can't sit here, they've got to keep moving.
This is going to be a tight spot for them to try and get out of. So many teams know exactly where they are. They're going to be keeping their eyes on them to see if they can maybe chip away at the players while they make this rotation. Somehow, Sentinels do make it through all the way down. Now you can see that they're trying to get to like that southwestern edge of Thermal, because I believe I spotted a corner of it there on the mini-map. It looks like all of that high ground that people like to play that's on the northeastern portion of Thermal is not going to be in play for the next zone, so they're trying to make their way as far west as possible.
This is going to be a painful one. 100 Thieves look very vulnerable to grenades once this area gets busier. Senior Service still engaging, still fighting, and I think they'll maybe welcome some more KP. They've got some high ground advantage. You can see that there's quite a few teams who need to rotate into that green zone, and there's a lot of open space. There's nowhere really to stand for these teams that start to rotate in, so they may need to get their KP now before they potentially fall later on. And Senior Service have got nothing but opportunity ahead of them. Question is, will they try to capitalize on this? Will they go for the full send? It looks like they might be encouraged to do so as they're getting a lot of action here.
James Fearless getting some more KP on the board for the squad, but you can see there's another team trying to look to get in on that third party right now. Bad Boys does have them in their sights. We'll see exactly how this plays out, but you were saying it, there is not a lot of cover where that zone is starting to shift, so it's possible that people realize they're gonna have to start getting that aggression in now and get it out of the way on these rotations, because the likelihood of them being able to find a place to hold down now, this late, after so many teams rotated early, is very slim.
Spitfire is doing God's work for Senior Service. Nothing but broken glass and boxes. Wouldn't want that for a meal. Down goes Blitzin, and Senior Service having a pretty good game at the moment. They've had some roster changes recently as well, but they've got themselves some opportunity. And again, around the edge at the very least, they've got a chance to try and get some nice KP, because as we keep mentioning, real estate's going to be hard to come by. And I think for these teams to have a chance, they're going to have to force their way into somewhere, but first they're going to have to survive this situation. Senior Service, bombardments and arc stars coming through. They've got their shields up though, but Mr. Wave over there is going to have more problems trying to keep up, because there's a lot of harassment coming his way.
I did not think that Davis was going to survive, I'm not going to lie, but just barely makes it out and is able to finish healing up. So Senior Service is looking to return some of that aggression, now checking in with Rolla Theory. And this is you wanted it to happen. We're on board with McNuggy Butt here, James. It's not looking so good for him.
No, it is not. Maybe the Nuggets have gone bad as he finds himself in a lot of trouble with the crypto. On the hands and knees, only a maze with shields at present. So, well, McNuggy Butt is not going to be existing for the time being. Of course, never useful when your crypto's the one to go down. It's a lot harder to get that rescue through, maybe domes being required. But it seems that his Jibby will be ratting for the moment. A bit of an abandoned ship there, as we see Onmu and Vayne on the kill feed, putting in work, both with wingmans, really exploiting Wizzy, getting some KP for themselves as well. And we see G2 champions of the previous game just admiring the situation at present, not getting too crazy about things, just looking at the lay of the land as there's plenty more action to come. 14 squads left, but once that ring starts to close, we're talking 10 seconds, that number's going to start to dwindle.
Yeah, honestly, that back off by Rolla Theory might be what saves them, right? I think they ended up with 2 at least, so they might be able to do something later once those teams forget about where they are. But Senior Service has just been on an aggressive tear right now, willing to take fights with anyone who dares to come their way. They're continuing this rotation, starting to try to, 1, get away from those squads that are behind them, but 2, find a safe place to get into the zone, as we see the Valk rotate coming out of Bad Boys, who are also looking to do the same.
I believe if you spin to win when you're launching with Valk, you're more likely to get open space and a safe drop. So definitely working out on this occasion for Bad Boys. Make sure you spin to win at home, people. Some nice cover for the Valk Q as well. Won't do too much damage to them. But again, they've got to really look at their surroundings now as they've moved into uncharted territories, to a hostile environment. 14 squads remain, but again, we see that ring continue to close. You can't hold these buildings forever. You're going to have to move forward into a more difficult situation. 2 teams coexisting now, but one team's going to go onto the roof, actually, and maybe try to make their way through as well. The bombardment's coming through, and plays are getting dropped. I think the Lopez down on the inside now as W try to hold on with what they can. The dome res, well, he's going to try to use the thermite to create some space. The gold backpack will be very useful indeed if he can full commit to this, but it's going to have to be multiple attempts because they are in the house now, and a shotgun's coming through. He has to survive here, but it doesn't look like he will.
Oh, the dome was only good enough to protect from above, and that top door not. The players sneaking up the staircase from below. Bad Boys trying to capitalize on this third-party opportunity here now, and seeing if they can clear some of these players out before they need to continue their push in. This is a bad place to continue this engagement, and they're stuck here doing it. Bad Boys somehow surviving this situation though and getting some KP on the board. That was massive.
Busting in there like Will Smith and Martin Lawrence. Getting that 3P, and they've got a lot of boxes to play with as well. They can replenish the supplies. Yeah, that is very interesting indeed. Thermal station's been abandoned. High ground? What high ground? Get your skates on, boys.
Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be good. You can see how many teams anticipated it. They've already set up on that southwestern side that I was talking about for Thermal. We see other squads starting to make their push in. This outside rock ledge edge of the map situation is going to be very interesting with how many teams are trying to pull it off. One of those squads being Esports Arena, hoping to hold this down and be able to last while the rest of the teams inside those buildings will eventually have to battle it out.
This is looking like an ugly Beverly Hills because this real estate is so expensive. Esports Arena don't currently have any of it, but we'll tune in to see how they are approaching this current situation.
Going the other way.
Okay, I gotta save ammo for endgame.
Yeah, I don't have much left either.
I have 200 light. I'm saving it all, bro. Yeah, you gotta save that. Don't shoot anymore, Noct. You got purple.
I'm gonna get my purple and then stop shooting.
I need one bullet, bro.
We're chilling. We just need a...
Oh, don't get blown off the map, guys.
Yeah.
I'm batting. You gotta watch me.
Our main foot, that's our only threat. That's the team that can kill us. And the team on the other side of the rock, but they should just stay there. They can run around now, I'm pretty sure. They can run around and just take the timer. So be careful, that's good. Don't let them sneak up.
They're actually really close.
Who, the team on the right or the team on the left?
Yeah, the team on the right. They can actually... I've 3 bats, 4 stalls, and 1 frag.
4 and 8.
Duplex requires 1 damage to get to purple, and they've got G2 on their right hand side, and maybe it'll help them that they don't have that Wraith there to skirmish and engage, disengage, but it's going to be very awkward to try and get their Ash working in that position. 100 Thieves in the meantime been hiding in awkward positions all this time, and now they are out here like lions trying to find something to eat, but they're getting gassed at the same time. That's going to prove very problematic indeed, but they're still up for the time being. There's no armor on anyone whatsoever. Still looking for that KP, and maybe there's an armor swap to find now.
Those massive shots were disgusting. That's such a clutch there to be able to finish that out. I thought that they were kind of getting into a little bit of a precarious situation there with all of the gas damage that they were taking, but now they have to make a rotation while they're low. Sentinels trying to have some of these roof battles right now with teams across the way. They're going to have to drop down and heal up before they make their push in as well, and this is where everything's going to pop up. The bubbles and Beast of the Hunt are both popped as Sentinels prepares themselves to make a play.
9 hostiles detected on the scan. Rather you than me. How you calm a situation like this, I have no idea, but we are going to start losing players. It's just a question of who. 100 Thieves may be the first to fall now, as Vayne and Scurry are in so much trouble. There goes Onmu as well. Thank you and good night for 100 Thieves. 7 squads remain now, as again, there are less and less places to hide. We got grenades coming through, people desperately trying to keep their shields up, which is a really hard task. This zone is nightmare mode. 8 hostiles detected. They've got a corner, and that might be enough for Sentinels to survive for now.
I cannot believe Sentinels made it out of that. They've got a squad above them, and our 2 winners from the last 2 games have been able to just chill on this rock side the entire time, while all of those squads have had to push in and fight through each other. It potentially could come down to ESA or G2 just trying to third-party any of this and then having to go up against each other here in the end, depending on how they play this.
15 seconds, and soon they will have to climb. But it is very interesting, the informal agreement not to engage each other, but they are both all trying to just hold on to their resources, to conserve their resources. But again, that ring is not too far away from their position, so they are surely going to wreck each other. And once they do, oh yeah, this is the warning That is about to come. The bombardment. The bombardment could be so interesting. I'm ready for this carnage. I am so ready for this. I need this injected straight into my veins.
I cannot believe that we have 7 squads still alive right now, trying to battle this out, waiting for the zone to slowly collapse down. It's a game of chicken at this point, Bardolph. Who is going to make the first move? Who's going to try to make the first push? And it looks like it's going to be Esports Arena with the Valk rotate. We're going to see how the rest of the teams respond to this now.
Yeah, this is real interesting because I thought they were trying to, G2 were trying to force their dome and get that bombardment through. Speaking of bombardments, ye shall receive. And we've got some big problems for Xset now, and many other people. They're actually on either end of this. 6 squads up, and Esports Arena have got their dome. That gives them a precious few seconds to try and figure out what to do. They're just dropping grenades into other people's domes, and there are bombardments everywhere. We've got nothing but missiles, sentinels. We got Rogue having some problems as well. Xset getting wrecked down to 4 squads now. Fast moving, and G2 are chilling. They're still behind the rocks, still hiding in plain sight as everybody's playing edge.
This was the last-minute push that I was waiting to see which squad would do. G2 is the one who does it, and they are the ones with the last bubble available. The wingman shots out of design pool right now are absolutely crushing people. They're making PK shots, they're making the rotations here. It's down to the last 2 squads. G2 is looking very healthy, and they're able to wrap up game number 3. Back-to-back wins!
G2 back in black, back on the attack. Patience, harassment, forcing Esports Arena from their position. That was their biggest test. Can they get from behind the cover without forcing that fight and having one of those teams die? They are able to chill there the whole time, let everybody else just try to survive. Those wingman shots were absolutely beautiful. That was sublime. I would love to see that at 0.25 slow-mo. G2 get 2 in a row. That was fantastic.
I'm speechless.
Those wingman shots, bish bash. I felt them, man. That was so satisfying to watch.
It was crazy. Complexity is the squad there that is able to clutch up second place with 6 kills themselves. Sentinels with another 6 kills there for third place. I mean, moving farther down the list, Xset with 7, 100 Thieves with 6. There was a lot of aggression out of these teams. That finals, it was because there were so many teams in that final zone. It got so much crazier than it probably should have been.
Yeah, that micro situation with G2 and Esports Arena was so interesting as well. It was almost like a game of chicken because, again, like if they both climb up and fight each other, neither of them are winning. And they've both got to be playing for first place as well. But G2 throwing all those high grenades, trying to force that dome out from Esports Arena earlier. I think Esports Arena had a decision to make. Are we playing for first? If so, maybe the Valk ult is the solution. But it seems that G2 had the best solution of them, all best position as well. And we can see the scores on the doors. 1149 damage for Gentrify, and of course the Jibby's never going to be far behind there with 1013. Again, they didn't really have position to abuse the Ashe ult there like they might do with a Wraith, but they abused the position in different ways, so they adapted G2 and they get their second victory from 3 games no less.
Yeah, honestly, that God spot was insane, and they were able to play their advantage perfectly. Made sure that when they made that push, it was at the right time, that it counted. And because of the timing, they were able to still have a lot of their utility at their disposal. I mean, maybe you're the good luck charm here, Bardolph, because you talked about G2.
If I'm the good luck charm, that's the darkest timeline. That's super, super weird. We'll see what Rain Dave thinks of that as he comes through. G2, they're a team we've been looking for a performance like this for weeks, and finally we're getting it.
I mean, James, Glitter, I know you guys are catching your breath. I had a chance to catch mine off air, so you didn't hear the huffing and puffing of the excitement that was going down. I mean, Tom mentioned it as well in our talent chat. It's rare to have so many full teams in such a final circle, but that was kind of the beauty of where Thermal ended up allowing us to kind of see some people playing far, far edge, like Esports Arena, teams double stacking on certain buildings and then playing on those outside crates. But really, the story of these last 3 games has been one that we predicted, but also couldn't predict, kind of this outlier jumping up and stealing the show in G2, winning back-to-back games. But if we go into our recaps here, I mean, you started out Esports Arena. It was a team we were talking about. Can they perform? Can they improve? And in game 1, they certainly showed they could.
Absolutely. I think, you know, one of both our winners today, I think, had different kind of questions coming into this. But of course, it's all eyes on Esports Arena playing today. Are they going to turn up with their new team? Certainly did. They went deep in that last game as well. Of course, it was a very awkward situation. I think for many of those teams towards the end, just trying to make any movement there is almost suicide. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. They had a deep run, difficult position. But again, coming out with that first game was a huge statement. And I think it was necessary for the psyche of the team and the confidence going forward with the new roster where they have to have some doubts in the backs of their minds. That's a very important result for the team.
Yeah, and it's not just the teams with their roster changes too, but it's the teams that needed to get some points. We're seeing them doing it as well. I know that when we're specifically talking about G2, that they weren't in the same type of bubble situation as some of our teams that are closer to like that 20th place were. However, G2 was in a position to need to make a push if they wanted to get more of those points that we were talking about when we go all the way back to the way that the playoffs situation has changed format-wise. The higher they can get in that top 10 placement means the more points they get towards the match point in playoffs, and that's also huge.
And G2 has been a team that, hey, Nick Merckx was just retweeting them right now saying, show the boys that you're better. And the ability to bounce back and take fights, they've always been exceptional. But James, it feels like G2, with the amount of skill they have in a 1v1 situation or a 3v3 situation, it's not really fair if they start to do all the other things right, because it seems like this team is going to be unbeatable if they play at this level.
I cannot wait to see those wingman shots in the dying moments of that third game. They were so satisfying. But indeed, they're a team whose style I enjoy. With, you know, the way they played Wraith, I've said many a time, of course, the style changes, but becomes arguably more aggressive with Ashe. But again, that was an awkward angle to try and do something with an Ashe, but they played their position so well, so they're adapting to the different scenarios and having a massive day of Apex Legends, which is great to see. And it means that we're going to have them more in a conversation towards the top, as I feel like they've had the potential to be in these previous weeks, but haven't quite made it in as devastating fashion as they have so far today.
Yeah, honestly, they have just been so impressive. At this point, if they're going to continue playing this way, I feel like we might have goofed a little bit with our predictions, only because this is the type of momentum that once it gets started, it's a little bit hard to stop. We've seen it out of teams like Sentinels before, but this week it just happens to be G2.
What I see stopping momentum like this is more so the team than any other team, right? I feel like they figured out this lobby, and as long as they don't overthink it and make adjustments that would throw off what they're already doing so well, they're in the driver's seat. It's going to be up to teams like 100 Thieves to see, can we continue to be involved in these final circles? And also, Esports Arena, can we bounce back? They've been close in those. Another team to mention, Complexity, I've got my eyes on them because they were heavily involved, guys, in this final circle as well, and got quite a nice point total heading out of Game 3.
Yeah, definitely. Another team we were looking at earlier on as well. There are definitely some notable names on Complexity, and they need to put some pride behind those names as well. And there's still some more games for them to do even better than they were able to do here. We can see them late on here, Shiny and Monsoon, but I think that they potentially have more in them in the remaining games to come. But please, we don't see the wingman shots, man. They were like a tray full of sliders. They were just beautiful, juicy, and made me very hungry.
Mignon sliders?
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, man.
Only the finest.
Only the finest right there. You know, I really love what we're seeing in Apex Legends, especially in North America, where typically in Europe, we see a little bit more contest at the top. We see a little bit more evening out between the top 8 teams, where NA typically has 1, 2, or 3 show-stopping go-getters, and everyone else is trying to keep up. Right now, yeah, we've got 4 pretty close in the top 4, but we've also got that 5, 6, 7, 8 hanging around, even 9, hanging around within striking distance, specifically Torrent looking good with Rogue and Rambo subbing in there. But G2, the big story right now, 2 games in a row, back-to-back Sentinels, who every single talent piece picked to win today, only 3 points behind, and 100 Thieves, formerly bottom 20, sitting in 20th place, right outside of the playoffs, having a monster game today with 32 points, and the leader in NA Arena, Esports Arena, with 30. So we are setting ourselves up for a heck of a finish. That was just game 3. I'm so excited to see what happens over in game 4. I mean, are we seeing anything here that you feel is going to stop this trend? Or if anything, what could get in the way of what we're already looking at?
I think what we've seen so far has been pretty great. I think we've got lots of stories towards the top half of the table. But again, you've got the likes of, I mean, we looked at SXG earlier on. We've got more to see from them. The likes of Furia as well. We've seen some sparks of brilliance, but we need to turn that into a big forest fire, of course, only figuratively. But we want to see more from those guys. But, you know, success from a lower team will come at the cost of somebody else. So maybe there are more teams to make their way to that top half of the table and fight for more of those points.
And honestly, I know that, you know, I was just saying that maybe G2 might be outshining Sentinels right now, but Sentinels have still been quietly consistent. They're still in a really solid spot. I mean, in game 2, they did take down 10 kills, I believe. And so they are at that level of aggression that we're used to for Sentinels. They just haven't gotten that win yet, but that's not to say that they can't still in the next 3 games.
No, they're clearly doing enough. And G2 having 2 wins, they're 19 and 18-point wins, where let's just combine that with a future perfect win we saw more closer to 24, 26 points. It's not quite the same level. We'll see if anybody can have that big one. And if you guys think you know who it's going to be, make sure to use hashtag ALGS when you tweet at us at Play Apex Esports, or watching this live on YouTube at Play Apex Esports, or catching some of the VODs. Make sure to hang out with us because, of course, we are acting on all of our socials and talking Apex all day long. That's going to do it for game 3 and for, of course, James and Glitter. We'll be back, though, with game 4 coming up right after this.
Enemy close.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS North American Pro League and G2. Twice we've been calling out their names so far today, Tom. 50% of the games have been won by G2. They have been looking extremely strong. And in fact, I got my maths wrong because we've only had 3 games. We're about to go into our 4th. But I mean, what has been the difference maker for you so far? Because G2 have looked like the G2 of old, and we've been missing them for so long now.
I think that they just found their sweet spot in terms of just bringing the vibes back together. I really think that they're a team that thrives on being a very aggressive team. If in order to do that, you have to be hyped up with your comms. They also got gifted the zone going on over towards Thermal Station. So if you're able to defend home court, you love to see it if you're G2. But just like we said after they won the 2nd game and their 1st game overall, we're like, hey, this is a team that doesn't just win 1 game in a best of 6. If they win 1, you can expect them to win multiple. Well, it didn't make us wait long for that, Mark.
Well, let's see if they can go and maybe improve my maths slightly, which is a task that nobody is going to be envious of. But G2, I mean, they have been superb so far, and I think you summed it up perfectly, Tom. Momentum is all that G2 need to find that form that we know they can have. And landing over here at this side of the map is certainly a good thing for them as well. That 2nd circle was definitely in their favor, but I just want to see where this zone's going to be going, because if G2 can put a few more points together, if we have a few more zones which don't pull their way, then they certainly will be in contention for that 1st place spot. And I tell you what, they're going to have the opportunity to do so now as we head right to the northern tip of World's Edge.
Apex give it, then Apex take it. You love to see it after having some southern zones over towards where Heart of Thieves lands, over where G2 lands. Now, teams over towards this northern side, especially Complexity, who owns all of that north side, basically all of Survey, all of Epicenter, is going to be loving that. Meanwhile, all these teams on the southeast, they have a long trek. Valkyrie is going to be king here in all of these decisions. I'm curious to see which one exactly this way is going to pull on over towards. But going back on over towards G2, they have a lot of different facets that they could play. There's so much variety in the way that they play. They're a team that can play the middle. They're a team that can play the edge. I think they're stronger coming in from the edge than they are predicting the zones, even over towards Thermal side. So I'm excited to see exactly how many kills they could put up when they have to make their way all the way across the map, or if they're going to meet that same fate that they met in game number 1 where they fell to Sentinels.
Well, let's see what happens for G2. They do have a long way to go, like you mentioned, but this is the test, right? This is what we want to see. It's not just about having the zones fall in your favor and taking advantage of them. Sometimes you've got to go uphill, so to speak, and you've got to work against where that zone is and fight your way through some teams who are going to be there before you are. But loot wires are always looking pretty confident. G2 looking at the armors, a purple and a couple of blues to leave with, as well as a nice 301 with a purple mag on it as well, and a backpack is always going to be a good thing. But looking across the leaderboards at the moment, Esports Arena again in that top 5 in the last game, making a pretty good run towards the end. What do you think the secret to their consistency is, Tom? Because, you know, we talk about them as one of the best teams in North America, and they've kind of come, with all due respect to them, this season they have come out of nowhere with that consistency at the top of the tables. Why do you think they've been so good, even with the addition of a new player this week?
Well, I think that the player that they replace is just as important as the other 2 players on the team, because it is so difficult to go in that type of situation. But I think that it's just the amount of practice that they put in, and you could see that in the way that they were, like you said, coming out of nowhere. They're constantly grinding, they're constantly playing together, they're putting in work, constructive criticism on themselves in terms of making improvements over and over again. And that's the only way you're going to get this good to begin with. It just doesn't magically happen overnight. You have to put in the work. Team Esports Arena has been putting in the work through the Esports Arena weeklies, coming through, playing every Tuesday and Wednesday, playing on the open day, playing on the pro day, and just grinding it out. And now they're playing with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, right? It's great, you know, for Vorholz to go and sign with TSM, right? That's going to really help him out in so many different ways for his career. But at the same time, you got to be thinking, hey, what's up with us, right? Did you leave because you wanted to go and join this org, or did you leave because you really think that these players are better? Yes, they have been known as the best players in Apex for quite some time, but you have to say that you deserve to be up there if you're Duplex and if you're Skittle. And Knock has a chip on his shoulder for the way that he was treated and dropped off C9. So it's exciting to see how these players are going to work together with how hungry they are after what happened.
It really is a fascinating story, these 3 gentlemen, not just Duplex and Skittle like you were mentioning, but Nox, I think you kind of reminded everyone, right? He has had a rough time. He was on that C9 roster that we were raving about at the Apex Legends Global Series Championships, where they came so close to being exactly that champion. And it was just a few opportunities that slipped through their fingers, and Nox was one of the stars. But for now, he's got an opportunity to be a star once more. And team who is currently first place overall. Sentinels have had a little bit of an up and down day today. They're third place overall in the standings, so they will need to look to secure a few more points in these final 3 games. But early on here, look at this. SSG in a little bit of trouble here. Sizz is going to get the knock onto Frex.
They're in a lot of bit of trouble. I don't think they're going to be able to get out of this one if you're Space Station, unless they're able to pull off a miraculous res like G2 did in game number 2. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. But Double EU is just not playing around. It was Fury coming through and getting that knock. He's going to go for the flush as well. Meanwhile, dropped. He gets charge rifled across the map there. So that is going to be Space Station Gaming going out, and that's Double EU coming in, just EW, sorry. Just you love to see that when your teams are aware of other teams rotating. They've played so much that they understand Space Station is going to come and try to push through that choke. It's not going to happen with them there. Meanwhile, Furia, we saw how sneaky they could play. They're also playing pretty aggressive here. We'll see what Zera, Tricky, Hakulo, and Tech have in store for us if they decide they want to push this fight.
Using that Ashe ult to get up onto the bridge and maybe try and find an angle. They were looking for a third-party opportunity, but maybe it's just going to be mano-a-mano here. 3v3 situation as Tech is looking to push up. He's got that Arc Star in his hand, ready to play a little bit of Shinobi if he can hit some damage, but 40 in reply. It's not going to be particularly good. Built by Gamers, inside for now. Flash damage now, and Furia, who are looking to be the aggressors now, are looking to play off the back foot because that damage is going to slow the push down. And look at Tempest, he's saying, you want to push us, boys? We'll teach you a lesson. Tech gets dropped by a combination of shots coming in from BBG, and now it's a 2v2 all of a sudden. Things are looking a little bit different. Things are looking a little bit shaky. It will be Furia who turn it around.
Wow, how does Furia get away with that? Zera, Tricky, and Hakulo just working the entire team. I mean, Tempest, I love the way that he was flying through, dodging grenades, confidence out the get-go, out of the bubble with the Massive. All of a sudden, some angles get taken, and they run straight after these kills without focusing one player at the same time. A 2 versus 3. Furia just taking it to him. That is not expected from any teams in this lobby, especially with how good Tempest, Wicked, and Sync are. Amazing plays from Furia.
And that's going to fill them with all kind of confidence to the brim, so to speak. The lid is going to be popping off. And for now, they're going to have all the loot to play with as well. And now they can kind of play a little bit more passive as they work their way towards zones. They have secured those early KP. Now Esports Arena making their way towards zone, although the zone is going to be winning the foot race for a few moments as they take a few moments just to... Now this is a very interesting move for me from Esports Arena. Where's their next position going to be to play from? Is it going to be inside a fragment? Are they going to take a little bit of a wider wrap where they maybe think it's a little bit of a quieter area of the zone, but they're actually going to be dropping down here. So as they land, let's jump into a listen-in now with Esports Arena.
Okay, never mind. Just bunker inside for now.
Close the door. Well, that's annoying.
I don't know where this team went.
Bandit in my sights.
I don't see them.
They're shooting for some reason.
That's weird.
They're shooting?
We only scanned one guy over there, too.
They have no bubble. We could push this.
I'm walking to Skittles.
Almost broke one.
You're alone back there, dude.
You're good. Let's push this. I have no bubble right now.
Alright, I'm moving up.
Hold on, I'm putting a thermite. Trying to take high from them. Are they still on high?
No, they're not on high.
I think they ran into the zone.
I'm looking, I don't
Or
see
they're
them running
east.
up. Are they ratting?
They might be ratting. I don't know.
I
Look
didn't
east.
see them.
I heard a door. I think they just ran through the vault.
They got off.
Wow.
I can hit beacon. Ready?
Wait for me, wait for me. Ping me more thermites. I'm just gonna bubble you.
Thermite grenade here.
I hit it.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
So I've got a question for you now, Tom. Is that Sentinels recognizing that they didn't have bubble, or is that them recognizing that's Esports Arena who are pushing them and showing them quite a bit of respect?
I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest with you, and also it's fairly early in the game, right? So you don't want to make any major mistakes and get that goose egg in terms of the placement. And you look at this zone, there's still a lot more work to be done, and the amount of levels of gatekeeping and just the layers and layers of teams that are going to come forward over towards this fragment side is so difficult. But this is where you have to be very careful. Anytime you rotate from the train tracks on over towards fragment, there are teams just looking into the window, and outside the window, excuse me, for the players that are trying to make their way in. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves with the risky Valkyrie deploy coming through with most likely the zone information that they need onto zone number 3. So that's going to be very valuable going forward. A little bit of epicenter to track out to try to make their way back on over towards the zone. But this spot looks safe for now, and they'll be able to do some serious gatekeeping.
Very interesting to me. There's going to be a zone where there's not a huge amount of cover to be played with. You can see it's just pulling away from survey camp towards epicenter like you mentioned. So that height is going to be important for some teams, but moving down from there is going to be pretty difficult in that end game. Speaking of difficult, OXG, well, they're running on fumes right now. Kupski is the last player alive, and Arcstar on his screen as well. The knockdown shield should take care of that, but with Hambino down in front of him and Protectful already out of the game, this is looking like OXG might unfortunately be falling out of the lobby here in 17th position.
This knockdown shield is so strong, especially when it's the purple one. He's just dodging all of these grenades, taking one for the team. But I like what Kupski's doing. He's chucking a grenade to push the enemy players off, but it's also to distort the sound a little bit, because you know that when you res in Apex, you get a little bit of that sound cue, but they're not messing around. They're tossing the entire kitchen sink at Kupski, and he's just ticking away, barely gets that syringe off.
Yeah, that was, if that was a 3 count in wrestling, that was 2.9. That was about as close as you could possibly get. And he managed to kick out on the last second. He's also managed to get the res off somehow, and it's the Gibraltar who's back on his feet. So OXG, who I said were running on fumes, have found a way to breathe once more. Still a 2-man, but 2 is 100% better than 1. And now they're going to have a little bit of time to just slow down. And with the amount of teams that are in the vicinity here at Survey Camp, nobody's going to be willing to push them, knowing that they're going to be in the line of sight of so many other teams. Speaking of line of sight, Sentinels are taking a little bit of damage here. Sentinels is going to be forced to back off for just a second, but it looks like they've got that damage done, and now Crust and Xenox are going to be flying forward. They do get the elimination they were looking for onto Force, and now they're going to be moving up onto this bridge, and Sentinels just look like they're starting to hunt their prey a little bit here. You can see it in the way they're moving towards these fights. It looks like they might be a little bit angry of how the lobby has gone so far.
Sentinels and moving back don't typically go in the same sentence, but this time they're moving back so they could just move forward a little bit. And going back to Kupski getting Hambino, that was definitely a little bit of a wrestling match, and I picture that as like a tag team, and Hambino's desperately got his arm out and it's shaking really, really fast, and he's trying to get tagged back into the fight, and Kupski was able to deliver that. So really great job working together there, controlling the inside of the zone where that truck building was. I believe that was Furia adding the pressure on over towards the side too, so very well done from Kupski and the squad, trying to survive and gather all those points. Just like Glitter mentioned, that bubble is so important. Those teams outside of the top 20, not only that, but the teams that are fighting to try to avoid the relegation too. Keep in mind that our top 32 teams are going to be guaranteed their spot into the next Pro League. The other 8 teams, they're going to have to fight their way back in.
Roll Etheria down at the bottom of this drill tower inside of Epicenter. You saw the 100 Thieves, you might have caught them just for a few moments. They were on the scaffolding just outside of this building as well, so they'd made a little bit of a transition from where they landed from their Valkyrie Skyward dive to where they find themselves now. Pretty difficult position to hold down because there isn't a huge amount of cover, and you can already see that mate is trying to see if he can peek out and get a little bit of damage done. Vayne taking some damage from different angles though, and that's what I mean about this little scaffold platform. It's so difficult to be aware of where you're getting shot from. Furia though, in a little bit of problems again. 2 players down, but players being picked up now, and it was the damage actually being done by Complexity.
They're going to have double gold bags too, because there's no way Zeratricky is going to allow that to happen with the gold bag. If he's going to be rocking that, then you know the Gibraltar on the team is going to be doing that as well. Meanwhile, G2 with the rotation coming through. This is round 3, so teams are going to have to move. We'll see if Gentrifying is going to have that skyward dive. He does. They get to a safe spot behind the building. They don't waste their bubble as well. And as long as Designful doesn't get ripped apart here, he's the weakest one on the team, they should be A-okay. So there it is. Free skyward dive on for G2, and now we'll find out exactly where they're going to go.
I think it was Esports Arena who were very, very close to them that were having a little bit of a skirmish. So GT decide that they want to try and get ahead of things here, and they're going to go in towards zone. However, a little bit of damage going to be taken on the way down, and they're not going to be landing on their own. There's going to be some company up on top of this building, and G2 who have looked so good today, unfortunately, are going to have to do something to stabilize here. The bubble is down, the defensive bombardment will follow it up, which will allow Gentrifying to get back to his feet, but what's the next move here? This is looking like they don't really have anywhere to play. They might try and slide under this staircase, but can they survive before they get there?
Gentrifying gets knocked again, Designful with the Ash ultimate underneath the building. He should be able to grab that banner. You have the respawn there, but I don't think that G2 is going to be able to pull this one off. Without Wraith here, it's going to be really possible going forward with all the players that are in the vicinity. You can see Estro would immediately light them up, and that's exactly what they're doing. Designful is going to drop, Resulta is going to drop, and now I believe Gentrifying, still that last player alive, is living, but just a matter of time before Strussel Esports goes and pushes that one. Unfortunate situation there for G2. I mean, so many teams coexisting already towards the end circle. You have to predict that, but how else are you going to push forward without making yourself visible to the rest of the players? Bubble was a little bit late. They got a little bit split. There was a little bit of miscommunication on where they're going to land, and let's see what Esports Arena is going to be able to do now in a very similar situation.
Yeah, this is almost carbon copy from what we saw from GT. These are the two teams that were engaging just a few moments ago before G2 took to the skies. And maybe a few seconds difference is going to create an opening for them, or maybe it's going to be the same result. We'll have to see what happens. It seems like they found somewhere to play for now. Knocked will be knocked though. Bubble does go down. Skill Cakes manages to scarper away and get back into the bubble to support his teammates. And at least they've got some rocks. They've got a little bit of cover here, so a much better position being found by Esports Arena. And that's the secret of being a top team, Tom. You have to know every single nook and cranny of every single one of these POIs.
There's really nothing that you could do besides toss all those barrels and start making visual clutter. In the meantime, Astral is just being a nuisance. They are all over G2. They're all over Esports Arena now. And Nox saying, hey, back off. Prowler coming at your face right there. You got to be careful if you're Astral, because now you know who you're facing up against. You are facing up against one of the best slayers that we have in North America, and Esports Arena having a lot to play for today. But Astral with another powerful position. Look at this high ground. Back is completely safe on over towards the zone. Plenty of ammo in all of their weapons. Decent amount of resources as well. 50% into that defensive bombardment comes up. You love this position.
You mentioned the number, 50%. I think that's about how many of the lobby we're going to see disappear in around 20 seconds time. Because the zone is closing and there's not a lot of room for everyone to play in the playground. Sentinels trying to find somewhere. Xenox is down to pretty much 0 HP. It's confirmed now, as you can see at the bottom left of your screen. Xenox down here for Sentinels. Lou and Crust trying to survive. Lou trying to avoid the damage from the zone. He's doing a pretty good job, to be honest with you. However, they're going to be gate kept. The door is shut in their face. It's Roller Theory who take down Sentinels.
Nothing you can do in that situation. Everybody playing to their best ability, but there are just so many teams here. Everybody gatekeeping on over towards the edge. Furia now having to win another major fight if they can go and do so. Tech having to heal. Also needs to hit a med kit when it's all said and done. Complexity fighting. And you're right, Mark, there are so many squads fighting here. This is typically when it happens. Zone number 4 and zone number 5, excuse me, is when half the teams do get deleted. And Furia with their second big team fight win.
Furia with some decent KP, like you mentioned. Complexity managing to get Monsoon back on his feet, but they will have to move from this building potentially. It might just about be in, maybe, but it's going to be touch and go for them. Shiny going to be popping some cells to make sure that he can fight again. The damage that they're taking, no one can push this building due to those caustic barrels, but losing a couple of doors does create a few lines of sight. So what's the next move now for Complexity? Is it to try and take the roof of their own building? Well, then they're not going to be able to do that right now, because look what Esports Arena are doing. Well, we do have a Complexity listening ready, so let's see what that next move in the plan is.
They're going to die on their next rotate.
They're going to die, yeah.
We just can't let them in here, and we can't let them get a pick on us. That's the only thing that matters right now.
Yep, they're gonna look for it because they have Caustic. They're gonna Caustic up this close side and take this side.
Yeah, I'm gonna start. We're gonna rotate barrels, okay?
Yep.
Popping here.
Make them play outside.
I want one more barrel on this side, Mon.
Yep, no, I'm waiting for it. I had to pick up this one. I'm gonna play in their fucking gas.
Yeah, I'm getting that one going now.
I have no nades.
Zone's almost got them cut off.
Okay, team shot this barrel. We have kills here.
All right.
I know we can't focus on him, but we have kills here. If we look on this door, underneath.
Yeah, underneath. I see him.
Flash.
Got one.
Nice.
140, 140. Look at my door. Look at my door.
I'm selling 2 seconds.
Right here.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I've got an on it.
Got a kill. Got a kill.
Here. Nice.
See the crypto?
Yeah.
Do you have a nade? I'm killing that.
One's cracked.
I do have
Jimmy
dribble.
cracked over here. Cracked. Jimmy.
I
No
hit all
bubble.
3 with my nade. One's
Left there. We're good. All the way back in the corner. I don't have cells. Anyone have a cell?
Finish this guy.
Yeah.
Finish this guy. Finish this guy.
Yep.
I'm looking.
Fuck. Sorry.
I have no ammo.
Can you pick up that Carmon?
Maybe.
Or Shiny drop a wingman and I can drop him heavy?
I'm going for this car.
Yeah. I have extra medkits. I have 3.
Oh, these guys still are just outside.
Take 42
Yes,
heavy.
they are.
Okay.
They bubbled.
A real game of cat and mouse between Esports Arena and Complexity. Complexity survive it though, as Esports Arena left what looked like a battle that was about to happen at any point. And Complexity picking up a few KP on their way through. Furia though, Tom, still up on this high ground, and they're the kings of the tower out now, looking down on every single person behind them.
Very methodical plays throughout the entire series, throughout the entire day today. Again, it's all about that checklist, that mental checklist of things that need to happen and in which sequence. Right now, Complexity realizes they need to go and make a play. So many boxes down there. If anyone wants to armor swap, they should be able to get it, but they could be empty, and it looks like they're getting coal for Christmas as Complexity just gets dropped. Scissor, Fury, and Phony locking down to underneath of that building. Meanwhile, defensive bombardments are happening all over the place, and you know why that loot probably was taken? It could be a little bit of that Loba action that we're seeing. The black market sucking up a lot of those armors.
I've got to say, if you caught that there, W, one of the players had 6 kills to their name. They are farming the lobby at the moment. Fury got a decent amount of KP. We've already followed their story quite a lot so far, and we see them in a lot of battles. There's another one being picked up. That's 3 now for Zera. Make it 5. And oh my word, look at this position that he's got. This could be a monster game here for Furia.
Zera Tricky so nasty with the R301 3X. It's his weapon of choice, and you can see why. There goes Vayne. 5 kills, 7 assists. They are playing so sneaky and just dominating from this high ground position. It's a full 3-on-3-on-3 though, so Furia cannot get overly aggressive. You can see Tex taking his time, making sure that he's popping that ult excel so the defensive bombardment comes up in time.
Furia have a chance to put on one of the biggest kill point games I think we've seen in some time in the ALGS. They know they've got a team trapped inside the building. That's going to be Torrent. Another team below them. They're going to have to move down from this high ground in just a few seconds, though. What's the plan going to be? They're going to bubble out into that space to buy them a little bit of time. Also, they've got those pills to their right, but it looks like the team is going to try and force some angles onto them. There's an Asho up. They might have just baited these two teams into each other as they drop back into their own bubble now.
I like this play, but it did cost them a significant amount of HP. Look at the amount of HP they lost on Tech's side, on Zera's side. Hakulo trying to take over towards the sky. This is basically going to be a one-man Hakulo show, and I just don't think he's going to be able to do it. W, I don't think that Scissors has it in the cards as well, but you never know with that. Ooh, it was so close, but Torrent is going to take game number 4.
Torrent managed to get that bubble down last. They managed to survive the longest and pick up the final kills. I thought for a second there, we might see a little bit of a special play coming in from Valkyrie, but it wasn't the case. Rogue filling in this week and picking up dubs like he does in ranked. Rambo alongside Jarice getting the job done for Torrent. They'll be your champions of game number 4.
Yeah, that was very impressive. I mean, the way that they're able to dissect the information there and stay inside of that little corner is great experience, especially for a team that's coming in with a fill-in right there. And if you're going to have a fill-in, you might as well have Rogue, who's just an absolute beast. But wow, straight beamage from the Furious squad. Unfortunate for their fans, they were not able to walk away with a huge win. That could have been a 30-plus point game if they were able to wipe both of those squads. Either way, though, look at the amount of points soaked up by those top 3 teams. All of the kill points, all of the placement points, 100 Thieves, Esports Arena, Complexity. Yes, it's great getting 4th, 5th, 6th, but that's just crumbs of points compared to what you're seeing from Torrent, W, and Furia.
It's pretty crazy when you look at it, isn't it? And just kind of take a second to step back and see what happened there. That's nuts what W and Furia did. They pretty much wiped the majority of the lobby between them, it seems. At the other end of the table, we saw Space Station go out early, but a bit of a quiet week for them, Tom. At the start of the the Pro League, I was giving them a lot of praise, a lot of hype, and they started off really hot. But today just hasn't been their day. Do you think it's just a case of maybe it's just one of those days where something doesn't click, or do you think that there's something notable here for Space Station that isn't quite happening?
I think they have to go to the drawing board and look at this and say, what's going on here? Whenever you're playing at such a high level, it really comes down to your energy levels first. If you're not coming through and bringing your 100% in your A game, you can't dissect what actually went wrong, because then you're just playing lazy Apex. And I don't think they're playing lazy Apex, but I just think something's up, whether it's just not their day, whether it's bad rotations that are going in their favor. Yes, it's been 4 games. There's still 2 remaining, and we know that they could put up massive points in these final 2 games, but you have to do it really soon. We're running out of time here as we take a look at all the damage that was going down on the side of Rogue and the rest of his squad. And you got to give him credit, again, with coming in with a sub, coming in with a fill-in for this like final moment there, and playing extremely safe. That is the number one thing. Bubble presence, awareness of the map, understanding that they didn't have to take that fight, and they got rewarded big time now, moving up 7 spots to 2nd place.
Yeah, jumping right up the table, as you say. 100 Thieves, though, they've also jumped up the table as well, quietly going about their business today, Tom. 39 points on the board for them. They take over G2, who were holding down that 1st place spot. 37 points for them, but just look how tight this is at the top. 1 point 1st and 2nd, 1 point between 2nd and 3rd, and then 1 point between 4th. I mean, it's 1 point all the way down, basically, until you hit complexity. I'm trying to avoid maths, but I keep kind of
throwing myself in the deep end with it. But then it's all 1 point from there, too.
Exactly.
You look at that,
it's ridiculous.
You could count from 39 all the way down, or from 30 all the way down to 25, 1 point separating all of those teams throughout all of that. So that is just absolutely ridiculous. We have never seen a scoreboard this close after 4 games, in my opinion.
And there's still 2 to go, which is the most exciting thing for everybody who's watching at home. And I've got to be honest with you, with the way that scoreboard's looking, I think whoever predicts the winner today is an absolute genius. And I don't know how they've done it, because it is one of the most unpredictable weeks and groups that we have seen so far. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who's winning it, Tom? You sticking with your predictions? Sentinel's just going to go off in the last 2 games?
Oh, man, I don't know. It's tough because I don't want to follow the crowd like everybody else. If you would have told me we were all picking Sentinels, I would have picked somebody else. I'm going with 100 Thieves. I'm going to give a shout out to my boy Amu, former teammate of mine and a close buddy. So I'm going to go and, I know I'm not supposed to be biased, but I'm going to give 100 Thieves this win.
All right, then we'll have to see if that happens when we get back after this break. 2 games to go. We'll see you in just a bit.
Game 5 is just around the corner, but I think that's a pretty cool result we saw in Game 4. Rogue, I believe, is just standing in for the time being, but able to pick up a W in that stand-in position is pretty great. Lots of bragging rights with that at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, Torrent, I was just, looking back and checking. Torrent now has a 3rd, a 4th, and a 1st place finish in our last 3 games. So we've been asking for consistency, and we're getting just that out of Torrent. And you could see that reflected, obviously, in these overall standings. They've shot themselves 7 places up the leaderboard.
Yeah, they are 1 point above G2, who have won half the games that we've seen so far. So that is consistency. That is undeniable right there. But we see Sentinels are hot on their heels as well, 1 point below G2. So, and again, Esports Arena just 1 point behind them. So in these last 2 games, this top 5 is going to be so interesting. And again, if somebody outside that top 5 pulls out a W in one of these 2 games, and they're going to be shooting straight up there as well. So this is a very competitive day of Apex that we're seeing here in North America, and it's really, really great to see.
Yeah, I mean, when we were even just looking at the overall standings, those were already close. There were so many teams on the same amount of points or separated only by 1, especially when we were considering the bubble side of things. And apparently they decided they wanted to make this individual day just as spicy by making sure everyone today was also only separated by 1 point. And here you can see exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, look at 16th, 11, 17th, 11, 18, 19, 20, all at 10. So every single point is mattering, especially for the likes of Torrent, because look where Torrent is, okay? They're in 24th. They're one of the squads that we've kept talking about that is fighting for their place into that top 20, and we just talked about how consistent they were.
For sure, that win is absolutely massive for them, trying to get into the top half of that board. That's such a key win for them and really brings a lot of opportunity at their feet. And we saw that SXG were another team who I think have got to be disappointed with what has happened so far. They're definitely going to be looking for a bigger impact in these remaining 2 games. And I wonder, I mean, I feel like some teams, maybe that would make them play things safer. Maybe other teams, it would make them play it more aggressively. And perhaps the Ring will have something to do with that. And we'll see soon enough where it is here as we move into Game 5. It's time to drop and find the best armor you can as quick as you can.
Second to last match of the day. The opportunities for these teams to continue accruing points are slowly dwindling down. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen here in game number 5. Who's going to step up to the plate this time? Will it be one of the teams that we've already seen have a phenomenal performance, or will it be a new name?
I'm hoping we see some more action towards the tree. I like the late rings in that area. I quite enjoy them. There are weird gaps in the buildings over there, so if someone's playing underneath, for example, you can arc star them from inside the building, which can be quite fun if you don't know your little nerd things. So that's where I would like to see it going. Well, it's going to be heading towards thermal once again. And there's a bit of tree in there. We got a little bit of tree.
You got a little bit of tree. You put it out in the universe, and the Apex Legends RNG gods have delivered, okay? They heard you. And this time it's not that crazy, super far western pull for thermal either. There's going to be a lot more space in play.
Yeah, absolutely. And G2 will not be upset with this situation. It's a good day for them. They've had some good results. They've got some good rings as well. And there's great potential in this 5th game as far as they are concerned. And again, Torrent have put themselves in such a promising position, starting this day at the bottom half of the table, winning the previous game. They could find themselves heading towards the deep waters of this first split if they can continue and build on that success. Of course, they're already in the green zone, and they'll be able to post up and find a nice area to nestle in for the time being as teams start to rotate over.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, honestly, if they can do that, because once those standings start getting shaken up here at the end of the day, tomorrow is the last opportunity for whichever teams it ends up being to make that last push, that final stand, whether that's maintaining a spot or trying to make their way in. So Torrent could really shake things up for quite a few squads.
see some Mozambiques on deck. We did see some late Mozambique play in earlier action today. We'll see if that happens here again. Some very early Valk rotations here from XN as they try to, well, now run to safety. Essentially, the dome will certainly help out. There won't be too much of a concern popping the dome there. It's necessary to keep most of their shields up as they look to reposition. So they found some spot, but it's not the most ideal, not the most comfortable one, with a few boxes to hide behind. And as more teams rotate through, they may have to fight even for this little area that they have here. They have, it is an overhead environment, which will be helpful. That means that there'll be less spam coming their way by some measures, but hey, we've got plenty more teams to rotate in and try to find some important real estate, and that could prove problematic for them later on as we now ride with Sentinels who are on the move as well.
Sentinels, another one of those teams, I mean the team, when it comes to our predictions that we're looking for big things out of. We heard Tom and Onset talking about it, you know, did they think Sentinels will be able to have these last two crazy pop-off games? And I certainly wouldn't be counting them out yet. They probably want to maintain that dominant status that they've really had here for NA. So of all the squads, I would not be surprised if Sentinels somehow pops off here in the final two matches, and we can see them looking to maybe potentially start doing something like that. They see lots of squads in the surrounding area right now.
Yeah, they instantly had a scan below them to see if anybody was down there, and of course they are, as we saw. And they've got to think about where the other teams that rotate in will be headed, as of course there is less and less, there are less and less places for them to go. Oh, that's rough, man. Having to give up the gold backpack for just a level 1. That is, it's not what you want to see if you're the one giving it up. But hey, man, you got to do it. But yeah, Sentinels may be concerned with the openness of the position they're in, so we'll see if that encourages them to fight someone for maybe a superior position as we see teams continue to close in on this spot. You can see now complexity starting to move through. Reptar and Co. looking to find a safe haven somewhere as they head towards the tree. They'll be Valkulting from the low ground, but where will they land?
We'll find out here in just a little bit. Checking back in with SXG. SXG has quite a ways to go right now, but more than enough time to do so. So they're going to be going nice and slow with this loot, making sure that when they do make their way in, they're at least looted up well enough to take on all those potential battles. And what are you seeing?
I smell an ambush here as they
You think they saw them?
On the replicator. Well, they know that someone was replicating because they'll see that from the distance. And it did look like they were creeping when they were looking over to their left. So SXG have got some intel, but that is an opponent which is a little further away. We'll see if they go for a 3-2-1 and try and get it down on someone. I don't know if they go for a full send behind it, but they certainly have some sinister intentions here as they have the crosshairs. We see them start to move now and out in the open. James Fearless gets absolutely spanked and the full send comes through, at least with his first kill. And he's not going to last very long indeed. And we'll see if his teammates just run for their lives. It looks like they will be, as that full send is certainly coming through.
The Bloodhound ult was popped so that they continue this chase here. They know where Davis is, but I'm pretty sure the third teammate had actually gone off in the complete opposite direction. So even if Davis does get taken out here, they might be able to at least salvage that. Third teammate could potentially go for a banner grab right now. Looks like SXG decides they're going to back off this chase for now, just in case that third player did go back for the banner. Scans are coming out. They don't see anybody yet, though, so... I mean, they did get at least the 1 KP. Definitely disrupts the early game.
Yeah. Well,
for that enemy squad.
Yeah, so Senior Service are in a pickle at present. On the plus side, they are near a replicator, so perhaps they can make some medkits and so on. Although, bearing in mind, they already used the replicator, they may not have the points to do so. Well, we can see Voltic does. He's got 20 in the hole. So maybe there is something that can be done if they go to recover that banner. Hasn't been done just yet, though. Davis, I feel like, is a really generic name for like a policeman in an action movie. You know, I always remember the one in one of those, that Batman trilogy where the guy's like, Davis, and just starts running away. So every time I see his name, I just think of that. But, you know, maybe an alternate role for him in the future. Just be a policeman.
You know, at least you're setting up some backup plans for him, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know, if he ends up dying to the ring, there's something to think about while you're waiting for this game to end.
Yeah, it looks like Senior Service is just going to let James Banner time out, and they're just going to have to reset as a 2, going for the long rotate, erring on the side of caution here, not wanting to have any more early game losses. So we'll check back in with them later, but back on board with Complexity, who has decided to hang around Harvester for now and see what, if any, action they can catch here on the edge of the first zone for now.
Look at that barrel spread on the radar.
Yeah.
You love to see it. Mr. Knox.
They're prepared.
Spreading the wealth in his own eyes anyway. Some may disagree. So they're chilling for the time being. They've got a fair amount of space as we see some replicators start to land. And they've proven lethal already, as we've seen James running to that car. Bet he was hoping that door would open, but was not to be. So he's the only man to be dropped at present. Again, if you are joining us and you haven't been here from the beginning, these games today start with 19 squads. We've got no sheesh for the remainder of split 1. So we start with 19 squads. We haven't lost a team, but we have lost a player because, of course, we would have 57 on the server. But James Fearless, maybe a little too fearless, absolutely smashed by a replicator. No mercy shown whatsoever. And we can see now these teams heading towards this zone. That area's getting pretty busy, and there are some significant choke points as well, which will be really interesting for the later teams to navigate.
You can see there just how many teams have already kind of set up shop, though, exactly where they want to be. We see a couple more squads playing the edge, rotating around the outside. We've got one team right there that we can see on the mini-map pushing their way through the tunnel, but right now it looks like the majority of the squads have found their way down here and are preparing for when these fights are inevitably going to start kicking off here in our next 2 circles.
Fury are in trouble. Hakalo and Tech have been wrecked by the likes of G2, it looks like, and they've got 1 player standing for the time being. We still have 19 squads up, but that's 2 teams who are in trouble now. But I think Fury have got the worst end of that one. Looking at that radar, I did wonder about where the next zone will be after that current green one, because I feel like we could see some awkward rotations for the teams around that tree position if it pulls further away from them. Still 19 squads up, but I don't know if Fury have been able to rescue their players of what's been happening, so we'll have a look for that when we can. But in the meantime, we've got a large open area which will soon be getting somewhat more claustrophobic.
I know we keep seeing a couple individuals here and there. It looks like Sentinels knock a player from Astral Esports, so there is a lot of cherry-picking individual teammates right now, which is going to definitely be beneficial for the squads that manage to keep all 3 up as far as clearing out some of the squads early. More players still in the crosshairs of Senox. They decide to back off for now, though. It was Astral Esports, and they're down to just 1 player now.
Oh!
Not anymore.
Yeah. He'll join him in the afterlife, it seems. That battery was never going to arrive in time, sadly for him, and we lose our first team entirely. Boxed up like Christmas decorations in January into the cupboard, and we'll see you a bit later on. So I'm waiting to see the Furia situation as well. Of course, we saw 2 downed players, or maybe fragged even earlier on. So I don't know if they're on their last man at present, or if they were able to form some kind of a rescue. One of the few teams who may be having some early trouble here as the spam from Valkyrie begins towards the bridge. Saw a lot of it in EMEA earlier on to great effect, and we'll see if it has an impact in Game 5.
CLG had a team on scan there. You were asking about Furia, their current situation here, brought off 1 player. We've got just Zara left here, but does have the banners. So it looks like he might be trying to go for a res here if he can get it in before the zone starts getting too crazy, and they might be able to bounce back if nobody tries to go for them after it.
Yeah, he needs to get that res in quick before that zone starts to close, otherwise he's going to be in a lot of trouble. And a team who've been in a lot of trouble in a lot of these games is CLG. They have been victimized game after game, and they will be victimized once again in game number 5, deleted in quick succession. Nox will be happy with that. Esports Arena getting some KP. And here comes the res, but they're going to have to do it in the zone as we can see, Furia. I'm not sure if anyone's close, but they may start to get thirsty if they see that drop chip coming in.
That was a really unfortunate situation. They were stuck between caustic barrels, 2 squads. I mean, definitely was not likely for them to be able to get out of there, but the 2 members of Furia are going to try to make their way in here. And it seems like they might be uncontested in doing so, but now they're going to be stuck in a really poor loot situation.
Yeah, we can see Esports Arena are pretty spread out. They're trying to hold a line together almost like some defensive soccer players. And now we see some bombardments coming through, and Esports Arena is going to have to try and do what they can here. We've got domes, and they're just holding position now, putting barrels in as players try to rotate out of that bombardment, perhaps. It looks pretty patient. Again, we've got that typical Valk spam, but I won't be too concerned about that. It's all about the main frags here, and we see 2 BBG players maybe getting pushed here by Esports Arena. Wicked will fall, so will his teammate, down to Tempest now, who may have to try and turn around and run if he can. Esports Arena still up, so now the dome is up, and Nox will surely get this back popped, so there's more KP to come for Esports Arena, but we have a 3rd team coming to the party.
As soon as Esports Arena were able to bait the bubble, they knew that they could win this engagement, but they definitely were not planning for the push for the 3rd party from behind by SXG, who has some decent height, but does lose Golden already in the process. Esports Arena is going to be fighting tooth and nail to hold on right now in this situation.
Yeah, their Chippy going down is a big problem for them, and here comes that thirst from Esports Arena. So, this is really going down to the wire. I don't know who's going to take this one. Duplex trying to stay behind the barrels here, creating some space with the caustic barrels as well. So he's staying behind the shields of his teammates, but SXG are looking in a much better position now. They've got more legs on deck now as the troops are coming through, and that might be the end of Esports Arena for this one.
Yeah, that 3v1 was going to be near impossible to get out from under once SXG was able to get even a minor reset there for that squad, and they're going to be rewarded with a ton of death boxes for that 3rd party, setting themselves up very nicely here moving forward. Now Senior Service has made their way over into Thermal, and they're going to see if they can hold out as a twosome here at the bottom of this building.
Yeah, still surviving. Had some early adversity, but they are in this for now. And many teams still are, as we see there are 16 squads. And this is where G2 like to be. This is their coop, if you will. This is their nest. They like to chill up in this position. But again, traditionally, they would be here with a Wraith. They would drop a portal down below, and they would go in and out. They'd go for that skirmish. They've got the full set now with Ash. Speaking of, is this going to go the way of Furia? It will. They'll get straight in there. Quick KP and a fast res to take more position.
Furia knowing that they have to make an aggressive play here if they want to be able to catch up in the loot department. So they go for it. Their shields aren't too terrible. They're able to get another death box worth of loot there for themselves. So not in a too shabby a position right now. Definitely better than what I thought they were going to have going for themselves.
I've never tried to stand behind a box with 3 people, but it looks really awkward, and I wouldn't want to be in a situation such as they are in right now. What do you see?
The zone.
Ooh, that's open. That is very open indeed. Like, oh god. Well, Furia, they have got some opportunity now, trying to avoid that little Q damage, but the Arc Stars are coming through as well. The dome may be coming in just at time, at least for them to heal. But again, that zone is so open, and there's going to be big problems for teams rotating if there aren't problems already.
Yeah, Furia just can't catch a break here either. They've got Complexity on one side. You know G2's been looking down at them from above the entire time, completely aware of where their situation is. So we'll have to see how they're able to hold out, if at all. Meanwhile, SXG continuing to put themselves in engagements here, dealing massive damage here. Do end up getting knocked. And Metro's the last one alive. Sentinels is the team that takes them out, though. And I was talking about the potential for Sentinels to really make a ruckus here in these last 2 games, and they're looking to do it right now.
Jibbies and Mastiffs, like a knife and fork, up close through the edges of those domes, and some will stand, some will fall, as they say. Complexity will fly, though, for the time being, but they may be swatted out of the sky. We'll see if they can land and find a place to breathe. There are players everywhere. Where on earth can they find that has some cover? This might not be it, but they can land at the very least. No one trained on them just yet, but I can't imagine they hold that position Sentinels have got more work to do as they try to get their res, but it looks like the bubble's going to be pushed now. The Mastiff's coming out again, but this is a very narrow position for Cross. How can he possibly survive this? I'm not sure if he can. Furia coming through for some frags now as well, as we are going to start to lose teams very quickly indeed.
Don't even know how Sentinels ran into Neanderthals there, but Neanderthals come out on top in a big way. Blitzen being the only player that goes down and is able to get rezzed. Now checking back in with G2, they've moved off of their high perch and are now in the fray of all of these teams down below, trying to make their way across the lava. So many throwables.
Honestly, it's like fireworks day, all these explosions. Dancing around the thermites and the little cover that they have, G2, you cannot stop moving for a second because there will be guns trained on you for sure. We can see 100 Thieves immediately below them, and Furia just to their right. It's an avalanche of humanity in this small area, and not everybody's going to survive. 9 squads remain now, as that ring is going to get painfully small in 35 seconds. And look how far away they are to safety. And look how many people are between them and that. This is going to be very, very hard to watch.
I think this is where that Ashe teleport might come in pretty handy. If they can just do a quick, hopefully sneaky port across the lava. Maybe nobody will see them in their travels, but G2, 100 Thieves, Furia, all about to kind of throw themselves to the wolves when they have to make this push in 4 seconds until they make the call on how exactly they want this to happen. And I think a lot of them are looking to see which team moves first.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have got the Valk in their pocket as well, so they've got multiple options depending on which ults are ready. And I imagine they'll hope that the Ashe above them goes first, but let's not forget the team to their left as well. That zone is coming, and now the pain is surely going to begin. You got to pick your Ashe ult quick because there isn't a lot of time to do it. G2 will make their way over. So far, so good, but they've got plenty of people on their 6. The domes, multiple domes will be up. The Crypto's coming into Salo as well. Where are your domes, bro, cousin, fam? They're not here anymore, and look at the kill speed. Victoria going to have big problems. Takes down, so is Hakulo. 100 Thieves are getting smashed as well. Bombardments all over the shop, but somehow we still have 7 squads up.
I cannot believe that out of everyone, G2 survives that push across the way. The first ones to make the move, able to watch their backs as they do, and they somehow survive all of that damage that was raining down from above. They've got 1 squad in front of them to be concerned about, a couple above. So they're going to try to clear this first one out that's on the same low ground situation and then move on from there. And right now it's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Just dropping down. That's the fastest KP I can remember seeing. And now we have a new kill leader. G2, thank you and goodbye. Don't worry about that wall, it's just a bug. G2 now, all red, crimson shields will be fantastic. And they've got boxes for days. That crypto drone will just be a voyeur, keeping an eye on what's going on. Not much else to do for the time being. And look at the amount of space that G2 suddenly have. That zone is going to force a lot of players from their position and from their cover. But G2, weirdly, on the low ground, have maybe got the best cover for the ring that's going to start moving.
1,000,000%. And somehow combine that with the fact that both Exa and OXG are focused on Neanderthals right now. No one was looking down at G2, but G2 has now switched places. These squads are kind of rotating around in whatever way they can. Xstep making the first push. SSG is trying to fight back, and this is an absolutely chaotic battle. SSG is able to come out on top, though, and now they have to switch their focus to the last 2 remaining squads.
That wingman work really getting some nice KP there, and we're down to 4 squads. We've got players falling out of the sky, and again, G2 playing the low ground. It does give them angles, though, to hide. Really acute angles with which to work with, but it can't feel comfortable for them being down low, especially as that ring comes, because we've got the Neanderthals dropping. No Uga for you, though, as Thornton goes down. Gent now with that wingman getting even more work in. 45, 45, 45, and they've still got 2 players who are healthy at present. The dome is up and Resulta can pop his bat as we're down to the final 2. Are G2 going to get a 3rd game from this? Surely not in one day. This can't be... This has got to be too much for them, but OXG coming in now, they're looking for the kill, but Seinfeld and Resulta trying to get the bats up. The Mastiff from Chen creating space for his team, but can they capitalize on this? The wingman going absolutely nuclear, and G2 will get a 3rd game from 5. This is ridiculous.
What just happened? What just happened? How? How? In the midst of all that chaos, G2 not only survives the push across the lava, which we knew was already going to be dangerous because they were one of 3 squads that had to push across, but then they had to contend with everybody else that was up in that high ground area, and somehow they win after the insane push across. They clean up another squad who was very late to the party on that low ground, and then they're able to clean up everybody else above them.
This is such a ridiculous performance. 14 kills from G2 from such an awkward position with like a baby Noah's Ark in that Ash ult, making it over. They got some really important kills. They made space for themselves. They made so much space for themselves on the low ground, have to feel nervous. Didn't make any mistakes, just chilled, held their position, played acute angles, 14 kills. The wingman was popping off. Utterly ridiculous day. We've been waiting for this for so long, man. G2 got the velvet slippers out and they're walking over everybody with style.
Honestly, that was an incredible performance from G2, but we do have to give some love to OXG as well. They were another one of those teams that we were keeping our eyes on as far as that bubble situation goes, and OXG had a really, really strong finish in that last game. They've now got one more game today to try to continue that.
All I can see is G2. Honestly, what a day. There's another game to come. There's more output. Speaking of output, we can see 10 kills from Resulta, but look at the damage from Gentrify. He is absolutely, you know, these players like to talk about taking dumps on people. That's just straight diarrhea there. 2,400 damage, really just maiming all the players on the server, allowing Resulta to finish them off with that 10k. Fantastic work from G2. 3 games from 5 so far, 14 kills no less. They're not doing it the easy way. They're getting involved. Again, that rotation, that Ash ult, everything going their way today.
It's great job. Great freaking job, okay? Because we questioned if it was going to be more variety, if we were going to have one team just completely decimate the competition. G2 decided they wanted to be that squad today. That was an incredible end game performance, the way they handled every single push that they had to make, and a very, very well-deserved win with that amount of KP.
We're kind of speechless over here. Rain Day, what do you make of a performance like that?
Well, last time you guys brought me on here, you know, we were speechless due to G2, and now the next time you guys wait one game so that, you know, G2 doesn't win. Then you bring me back on another one, and it's the same thing. It's like we're on repeat here. These guys are playing so well, but it's not just that. They're playing clinically. They're playing in a way that is dominant. It's all forward movement and momentum without stalling. There's not a hesitation, guys, and that's what's kind of making it look special. It's rare we see teams win 2 on the day, but to win 3, I don't remember many ALGS tournaments where that's ever happened, and they still have a chance to go ahead and win 4. Talk to me a little bit about why G2 continues to do this. Is it the Ash, James?
You know what? I'm so impressed because I see some of their usual spots like the high ground we saw at Thermal Station. And again, I mentioned it at the time. They like to go for those skirmishes stylistically. When they've got the Wraith, get that portal down on the low ground, go in and out as necessary. And when they get an opportunity, seize on it. It's a completely different situation with the full send from Ash. Those rotations are not easy to do. Again, maybe somewhat a game of chicken, especially when teams are on top of each other and you got Furia on the side. How they make that work, how they get over there, find safety, clear some space for each other and find themselves in arguably the best position, I don't know. There's got to be some serious decision making there, and it's high pressure. You can't make a mistake in situations like that. They have delivered time and time again, so you have to just hold your hands up for what they're doing with this Ash.
And what's even crazier too is that while they're doing it, they look so composed. It doesn't feel panicky. It feels cohesive. They move as a unit, and it works out in their favor every single time. I mean, if they almost had 3 back-to-back wins, that's what's even crazier for me.
You know, the Ash is something that we have debated on throughout this intro of a new character, a new legend in a season. This always comes to play. Valkyrie took actually a few seasons to be mainly adopted, and even in the playoffs, when Valkyrie was used quite well for many teams, there were still teams who weren't quite saying that she was going to be it. Now we know she's a staple of it, but it really feels like G2 have hedged their bets. They've said, I am going to, as a unit, we're as a unit going to commit to this Ashe. We're going to commit to the all-in playstyle. It suits us well. We know we can out-aim people as long as we get the first shot, and the Ashe is allowing them to do it. They're really not caught in these bad positions. You know, I remember you guys calling it out, having to traverse over the lobble. That's a lot easier if you can phase breach over it and get yourself just onto the low ground to start that final fight without having to take all that poke around all of it. And it has resulted in nearly a 20-point lead at the top of match 5 here versus Group D and C. 100 Thieves right after that. OXG jumping 5 to get to 43 points. Sentinel still in striking distance of second. And Torrent, actually, strong performance on the day, just under 2 points and right above Esports Arena and below Sentinels. But I don't know, guys, if there's any catch in G2 at this point. I don't think it's possible.
I think they're also setting a great example because, again, there is an argument to be made about teams hesitating when they have an opportunity to take a fight, get some KP and so on. And I feel like Ashe is like just extra level of aggression where there may be less hesitation in those situations from teams, and maybe they're just like, oh man, we could have just played even more aggressively this whole time, and as long as we take the right fights, then we can have a much better performance in the future. And maybe there's some inspiration to be had in the way that G2 are playing with this Ashe for some other teams to take example of, where they're thinking, oh, not sure I want to take this fight, but they're just watching teams like G2, just like they're on the side of the motorway and G2 are just storming past, right? You want to be the ones getting those points. So maybe it's food for thought for the other teams who are being made food.
Oh, that's a good one. You know, we obviously have so much that we've gone through. We've talked G2 endlessly. But one thing that's always fun, whether you're watching G2 or just hanging out at home, rooting on for your favorite team, is to be able to do it on a brand new laptop. That's right, because we've got a Lenovo Legion giveaway going on. What you need to do is make sure that you check out the ALGS Pro League giveaway for a chance to win a free Lenovo Legion gaming PC, and you can follow Lenovo Legion on twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. Also, if you want to check out what we're doing and keep up with our hashtags, hashtag ALGS, I'm sure you see it from all the talent every single game day. You can follow us on Play Apex Esports on Twitter, on YouTube, and Play Apex here on Twitch. So much happening. Too much happening. Honestly, that's kind of how I feel. Glitter, I want to give it to you because you're not going to be able to call Game 6, but you get to watch it. Predictions. Can G2 pull out the unthinkable and get 4 wins on the day? Or will 100 Thieves, will somebody else kind of steal that final thunder, put an end to this impossible dream we're witnessing?
I think somebody has to put a stop to it. There's no way that with the performances from some of those other teams that we've had so far today that they will allow that 4th dub to come through. So mark my words. I think someone's going to try to shut down G2.
Well, it's good odds. It's 19 out of 20 have a chance to help you win that one. But that number 20, that other team, they're playing pretty well. 3 wins on the day out of 5 for G2. Can they make it 4 in Game 6? We'll find out right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, once more, and for one more time, we'll be going into game. It is, of course, the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League North American show. T2 and Onset going to take you through that game, and it's been G2, G2, G2. Now, I still haven't put the maths together, Tom, but I'm pretty sure if they don't win this game, it will be 50%. But with the way that they're playing at the moment, it well could be another G2 victory.
Yeah, is this the ALGS or is it the G2 show? I'm really not sure what we're watching right here because they are bullying all of these teams, just like we talked about after game number 2. They didn't come here just to win 1 game. Apparently, they didn't come here just to win 2, maybe even just 3. They are going for their record, and you know who holds that record, I'm pretty sure, is G2. They're trying to break their own record. They have the most wins out of 6 games out of any teams, which is 3, I believe. They're tied for the record, I believe. So they could break their own record here today.
It's going to be very interesting to watch them play because you mentioned it right at the start after that first win. You were like, such a momentum team. They win 1, all of a sudden these guys get pumped. The adrenaline starts flowing through the veins and they just get better and better and stronger and stronger. And that really has been the case. Last time that we were on the commentary desk together, we were looking at the points distribution and it was like 1 point between everybody. But now G2 with that win have given themselves a little bit of a separation at the top, Tom. They have that 63 for those 63 points in the bank. The rest of the pack, though, still incredibly close with only a couple of points separating each place.
Exactly. You look at what happens underneath there, and it's anybody's game going from 2nd place all the way down to, 9th or 10th place. And that's a huge difference in scores in terms of what you're going to actually get here, because the points that you get is very similar to the points that you get for placement points in the actual game. So if you place 1st place overall, you get 12 points. If you get 2nd place, you get 9, and so on and so forth going through the rest. So it's very complicated in terms of what happens in this final game and what happens with the math after this. Unfortunately, Onset, you're not in charge of the math for the ALGS.
I don't think it's unfortunate, Tom. I think it's probably the best decision that's ever been made by anyone. Otherwise, we'd have 86 teams in every single lobby and nobody would ever win. But G2, that is the story that we should be following because, as you say, on track here to get 4 wins in 1 day. A long way to go, of course. Not as easy as just riding the wave, so to speak, and guaranteeing yourself a victory. But the zone is certainly going to be important to them. They have had a couple of zones which have helped them, but also a couple which they've done extremely well on. Now, this isn't a bad one for them, Tom. It's on their side of the map, on the western side, heading up towards Lava Fissure and Trials. But with the way that G2 will be moving, there's only going to be a couple of teams ahead of them before they actually get to that zone.
If we see an outside Trials ending, this is going to be absolute madness. I haven't seen outside Trials ending in tournaments since we were in the Watson meta, and that just gets absolutely crazy in terms of the fences that could get put out in there. Now we're going to see caustic barrels all over the place. Getting the high ground above Trials is so big. Whatever team's going to be able to lock that down, most likely the team that lands over towards Trials is going to have a huge advantage. But we don't know if it's going to 100% pull over there. If I was captaining my team right now, I would put them in that type of position because Trials is very unforgiving.
Well, G2 are going to be thinking about maybe leaving a little bit earlier than they would have previously, knowing that they have access to that zone and the ability to maybe put that 4th win on the board. Now, we talked about this shot earlier, Tom. It's so difficult to hit, and I was about to say it's the most pressurized shot in all of Apex Legends. Forget a 1v1 at the end of the game for X amount of money. Hitting that thing when it turns gold is, in my opinion, the most difficult shot.
Oh, there's no aim assist on that one, Gentrifying. Maybe should some out to the keyboard.
He went there. He called him out on it.
Someone had to say it. Oh, just kidding. Don't burn me. Don't burn me. G2 fans, I'm sorry. I had to. But you know what? It's something that happens to me all the time. I miss that thing, and I'm one that griefs it on purple 99% of the time as well. But W, they are in a prime position as well. They're a team that drops over towards Lava Fissure. That's going to be their POI. Meanwhile, a bubble scan going down, interestingly enough, and I'm surprised that they're going to allow that to happen. Possibly going to pressure, but when you see the team rotating over towards Trials, you have to think that something's up. They have information that you may or may not have, and that's what we talked about, getting on over there as fast as possible. Teams on the high ground are going to bully so many different players and teams throughout all of that. Expect at least 2 players in the Trials area to walk away with sniper rifles so they can have a good amount of zoning potential up on top of that high ground.
Fury have already moved into a pretty good spot here. They drop over and Trials themselves and have made this little Scarpa around the corner, so to speak, to play this area. They've got the kind of the station next to them on the right as well, which they'll be using as a base of operations, so to speak. You saw SSG as well. They'll be controlling the tower at back trials. So it looks like a lot of teams are agreeing with you early on here, Tom, with that pull towards trials. You can see Complexity also on their way through Skyhook there, just in the background. Torrent, who have managed to take home a game today as well, and have put a pretty decent amount of points on the board so far. Are going to be playing the choke just outside of trials, trying to gatekeep all those teams in. And this is one of those positions, if you can hold it down, Tom, for the majority of this game, with everybody having to move from east to west, then you can pick up a huge amount of KP as people try and make that rotation. But Complexity are already looking a little bit hungry here, and they see a snack inside of trials.
But they're a little bit split. You can see not everyone on the same page in terms of taking that fight. Reptar was extremely far away from the team, and Complexity had the right idea. Everyone should have charged in and pressured that while they had the damage coming in from behind. Now they're going to be stuck and sandwiched inside of this tunnel, which is not ideal. Fortunately, they do have Caustic, so they're going to have a little bit of barrel presence. But tough break there, where they looked like they were going to go and push that one. Reptar got a little bit split. He takes a decent amount of damage, and now things get a little bit more complicated. This is the spot, though, that Neanderthals wants to go and hold. That side of the trials is where it's going to pull over towards if it does go that way, and they are going to have one of, if not the best spots. The problem is, how contested does Complexity want to make this?
Neanderthals are going to be holding down the inside of trials, like you mentioned. A couple of shots coming in from either side, though, and I'm just worried now for Neanderthals, if they've become the meat in the hypothetical sandwich, so to speak, with another team on the other side of trials. It is SSG who are looking to pressure them a little bit, so a little bit of a tough spot here. I'm not sure if they do have the ability to go up to the high ground, or if there is already a team up there as well in residence, the area that you were talking about. But yeah, Complexity may be just sitting here waiting to pounce on that prey if a little bit of a fight does break out.
And imagine if you were sitting into this without a Caustic. There's no way that you could play it, and that's just the value of the Legend that Monsoon's playing right now. You block off that door, you can block off the entrance towards the other side, and there's really nothing that can stop that besides a drone. If you get hit with an EMP, that's going to get rid of all of those barrels and make things a little bit worrisome for the Complexity squad. But as of now, they're looking pretty. SSG sitting on top of the sniper post, also going to be in a pretty good spot. Meanwhile, you can see up on top, Wicked, Temp, and Sync. They're trying to battle it out with potentially Davis Wave and the rest of his team. I think they could be duking it out for the high ground here if we could jump on board with both of those teams.
Well, it's going to be Space Station who are outside of that battle going down, and I like this position from Space Station. I always feel with this trial zone, if you can hold the most northern point with all the other teams trying to fight their way through, then you can pick up KP towards the end of game. Built by gamers, though. Wicked is going to be the last alive. Longbow in hand, he's going to miss that shot as well. A couple of teammates are going to retreat and maybe look to secure those KP of the players who are down. Defensive bombardment's going to go down, but at the moment, it's a little bit of carnage going down on top of trials. The area that you said is a priority position. A lot of people feel the same.
Whoever wins this fight is going to have a huge advantage. Meanwhile, is Complexity going to go full send for a potential third party? That would be insane. They're gathering information. They're absolute psychos. I think they're doing it here.
Oh dear. This could go so well. It could go so badly. Reptar's going to take damage, though, and Complexity. I'm not sure they were aware there was more than one team up here. Monsoon's managed to break two, though, and Monsoon is doing what Monsoon does, turning the tide for his team. Reptar down, Shiny healthy, but Monsoon just holding everybody back.
Multiple boxes, possible armor swaps coming in. Shiny grabs a purple, but it's empty. He's looking for more armor swaps. Can he find it? Has a battery in hand. There's multiple knocks coming in on both sides. I think they do have the res, and another defensive bombardment is going to be tossed out, and that one by Shiny just to buy a little bit more time to try to get Reptar. 5 seconds on that bubble. Looks like he's going to go and hit that one while the defensive bombardment's going down. Risky to do it out without the bubble, and there's no push coming in. So Complexity play ends up working out. Absolute psychotic team effort right there just to survive another round.
And survive they do indeed. And again, it just shows how zones and how they're played are completely different now that Valkyrie is in the meta. That would not have been something that would have been possible previously. And look at Monsoon now. He said, "You knocked my boy over a few moments ago. I haven't forgotten about that. Here's some R99 bullets to give you a little reminder of who you're up against here. You're going to have to barrel up for now to just give them a little base of operations to work from, but in the meantime, even with the damage done by Monsoon, his teammate did take some damage himself, so it's back to that standoff as we do see that third circle, the beacon being hit, and we are heading to where you thought.
if this was just 2 teams left and they were fighting it out on this high ground, which a zone doesn't end up here, but say hypothetically, Complexity would be taking it to the other team right now. But you can see what they're worried about. They're worried about the third party coming down from below. They're worried about a team doing a play which happened to them. And Bad Boys is lucky at this point, because if they were to face Complexity in that 3-on-3, the way that Monsoon is shooting right now, I don't know if they would stand a chance. In order to pull something off, it's going to have to be a big triple take shot coming in from Promos. Something around the 70-80 damage, and then pushing in with that flat line would be more than enough. But at the same time, you do not want to grief this spot. Both of these teams understand how important this high ground is going to be for the late game.
As the Eagle sculpture looks down upon these 2 teams, Monsoon says, I want to try and finish this off, and I'm understanding this aggression being shown by Complexity as well. You do not want to coexist on this high ground if you can avoid it. Monsoon going to have to retreat though. Euban going to be popping a couple of cells just to make sure he's healthy. ForceWat only needs a couple of shots with this R301. 75 damage until he'll be leveling up those Evo shields as well. As SSG, we pop in with them once more, and their back will be clear by the looks of things, although there might be a little bit of a late rotation, actually, as we can see on the player outline, so SSG got to be careful.
SSG doing the right thing, though, and this is the priority spot in terms of locking down their back. They have to continue to watch that, because if it does pull out towards Trials, it's going to end more or less in between that sniper post and the entrance of the door, or right outside the door, depending on which zone it's going to actually be. But G2, they're sitting pretty over towards this Lava Fisher side. They know that they can't get on over towards Trials. They're trying to pick these teams apart and then make the rotation, because they understand they have to clear their back out if they want to go and continue to move forward. 100 Thieves, one of the teams that, you asked me if I had a second pick, I should have said G2. I don't know what I was thinking. Definitely a biased pick coming through, but I just love the way that they put up a huge kill performance, and the way that Vayne had such a dominating game in terms of using the Kraber, taking on over towards that high ground. Problem is, they have to finish off the fights. They weren't able to do that, and they weren't able to walk away with any W's so far. 3 wins in 5 games if you're just joining us for the G2 squad, to try to make it 4, which would be an ALGS record.
So Complexity still up here and still not being able to get the damage they want. A little bit of flesh damage being done though, and Monsoon's going to have another peek over this head glitch to see if he can line up a couple more R99 shots. But now we're going to be thinking about things like ammo, and even though there are some death boxes on the floor, they've already been ravaged by both those teams. There's not going to be too much to talk about for them, but look at the cells that Monsoon's got. 23 in his backpack, which is probably feeling pretty heavy. But if anyone can put the weight on his back, it's going to be Monsoon. Torrent still down on that low ground as well. They haven't moved from that position. The difficulty now, Tom, is all those teams rotating from the Skyhook side. How do they force their way past that huge mountain? Is it going to be the Valkyrie that's going to be impactful on this lobby again?
I think G2 is going to be looking pretty strong here. I'm wondering if there's ever going to be a time where you could trade some cells for some ammo, right, inside the replicator. Almost, but I feel like you'd get like GameStop prices, and you wouldn't really get the full amount for your cell. So those 23 cells going to have to be used for healing, unfortunately. OXG though, having themselves one heck of a day. They're going up against CLG. We'll find out who's going to be able to win this fight. OXG really trying to push themselves inside that top 20. Protect Bull. Looks like he's going to go and finish off the rest of the team. Hambino gets knocked, but the res comes through, and that is the power of the caustic disengage. You're feeling so safe in this instance. There's no way another team can go and push this third party. If it was any other legend, they'd be getting smoked right now.
Well, CLG crashing harder than Bitcoin over the last few days as they fall out of the lobby once more. And inside, we still see these fights going on. And this is the difference in how this zone will play now with Valkyrie. It's the first time I think I've seen this zone, like you were saying, in some time. And certainly the first time I've seen it since we've had that kind of solid Valkyrie meta where teams can actually make their way over this mountainous range. Complexity doing a huge amount of damage, and damage turns into knocks. The 2 times on the triple take is good enough for Reptar. Can they get that finish on the down to secure the KP? You can see that everybody's swarming in to try and get these KP themselves. And my word, I'm not sure what's going on over there, but one thing I can tell you, there's a lot of explosions.
They did get the flush, and you can see where the zone is going to pull over here. So it will continue to go over towards that trial sides. Will it be the exact trial ending we were speaking about? I don't necessarily think so. This could be a new zone that I haven't really seen before, or we could get surprised and see it bounce directly what we were talking about. But what triple take shots. They were able to get the flush there, and then I believe it was Furia and Tech with the defensive bombardment that was able to clean up the rest of the 2 kills behind that rock. So really nice job from Furia, as it looks like they are still busy over here.
Esports Arena inside. Tech is going to use that rampage to blast through the door. That thing is revved up and ready to go as well, so it's going to have huge DPS, and that's going to mean huge implications for Esports Arena, who are still inside of this building. Akula going to take a few seconds just to pop that syringe to get himself back up to full HP for the fight. No bolt, unfortunately, on that shotgun, but Esports Arena looking a little bit weak here. Only 2 players alive as Nocta's gone down. And Furia recognize that. They're already in. The bubbles are going down. And they're going to be pushing through here to try and secure these. KP Tech taken down to 1 HP himself, though. And Esports Arena, you have to say, doing a pretty good job here of holding off the push.
They really are, especially in a 2-on-3. But great angle coming in from Zeratricky. Kind of baiting his teammates right there, but baiting them in a smart way, where he's not letting them go down, not letting them take damage. And he's going to come through and hit those massive PK shots coming in from behind. So there goes Esports Arena. Out a little bit early, going in 16th place there. And you can see why Team Fury has been having themselves a day. Patience, great shots, Zeratricky with the tracking, Tech with the play calling, putting themselves in the right position over and over again. Meanwhile, G2 looking like they are interested in hitting a big scan here and maybe finding out where zone number 5 is going to go, which would be really crazy information if they can find it.
Well, let's see what the plan is now for G2. The comms are ready. Let's jump into a listening.
They're getting the cart back right now. 60 on that caustic. You good, Ty?
Yeah. I think we're gonna have to sit here last second and like Astro to this high glitch, because this team has to move in on that the like half circle team too.
I think you're right.
Yeah. We have to pressure the fuck out of this.
Focus right teams, yeah.
Team. Breaking doors.
Maybe 35 flush.
I think it's ascendable, honestly. Like, I don't know if anyone would third it, so the team on the right are fighting, but I think
it's a caustic in here?
Yeah, they do actually. Fuck.
I don't know if we do it with caustic.
Yeah, never mind.
No, we just focus.
They're gonna try and yeah, they're gonna try and caustic guard our spot probably. They're definitely gonna play this side. Unless they Valk ult out.
I mean, we can, yeah, we just buy time and Ash Ulton.
Yeah, worst case we Valk ult for time, and then third.
Yeah, we can also land above them, no? Can we do that with the ult? And shoot down them? I don't know if there's enough cover. I don't think there is.
But I think we need extra damage.
No. Oh, yeah, that's true.
I think we just run in. I don't think we have to fucking...
No, I have a good heady on this rock.
We just have to make sure they go to the right. We're good. Is there still a team in here?
Yes.
Yes. They have to run to that team. That's what I'm saying.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They're gonna play this rock.
Oh shit.
We're probably gonna have to Valk. Probably have to Valk up to here. We're gonna probably have to play really late to here, bubble here, and then Valk ult over the rock.
And wait, we could also land over here. Everyone's coming in. It's just fucking.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Is we're gonna walk really slow to here, and then we're gonna Valk ult. We're gonna Valk ult from behind this rock. We're gonna Valk ult from behind this rock and land over there. Right, yeah, we had to hard focus them and then Valk ult from this rock.
They're still in there.
You think that'll be enough cover, or do I need a bub?
No, you're gonna have to save bub. You're gonna have to probably. We're gonna have to try to save bub.
Wait, these are Valk ulting.
Fascinating to hear the plan coming together for G2. There's a team who are going to be Valk ulting out ahead of them, but you saw how decisions were being made there, Tom. It was kind of like, this is plan A, and then a reflection on it, and then plan B, and then it seems like the final plan is to actually Valk ult into the choke behind everyone else and see if they can take advantage of it.
Again, it's that checklist that we're talking about, and it's so important to go through that and bring up all these different options that you have, get input from everybody, and while all of that's happening, other things are happening on the map too, because it's such a fast-paced game and we have so many squads in such a tight amount of area that you have to continually change what you're doing. So there's the Valk out, multiple teams thinking the same exact thing. As soon as they drop their bubble, except full sends in behind them. Nobody from G2 was expecting that. I don't think anybody in the entire Twitch chat or YouTube chat, wherever you're watching, was expecting that push from XSET, but wow, was that impressive. However, they get pushed right back. That's going to be Torrent and Onset. How many teams just died here? It's a graveyard of boxes.
Well, here goes Monsoon. Reptile's taken down for Complexity. Monsoon will be joining him in the dirt as Shiny is now the last player alive, but he's going to have to fall down as well. Question is he going to find somewhere to play? He's only got around a second or so until he hits the ground. He survives by the skin of his teeth, by the hairs on his chin, but this isn't going to be safe either. Complexity are eliminated. We're down to 6, and how quickly everything has changed. Death from above, death in the choke. It doesn't matter because we are down to our final 6.
And the team that's sitting high ground, like we talked about, is just sitting pretty the entire time. Furia, they're playing this backhand side, but it's a brutal zone. Trials is just so tough to deal with. No buildings, one area with high ground where teams just continue to punish you. The only safe haven that you have is that little tunnel that you saw teams poking out of, and now Space Station is stuck on over there too. They played that sniper tower over towards that west-hand side. It worked out for them phenomenally. They're able to keep their back clear, all the action in front of them, which is extremely key. But now look at this. It's so hard to predict based on where you see all of these teams located on how this one's going to go. OXG, they don't have that far of a trek. The rest of the teams will have a far way to push. But again, the last bubble down is going to win here. It's such an open space. It's all about your Gibraltar's timing. Defensive bombardments go down, bubbles go down, nades get thrown all over the place. Whoever plays the best and the most patient is going to win here.
Team force down from low ground. SSG are going to try and light them up. The bubble was there, but Sitz has got to make a difficult cross to that bubble to survive. Drop managed to pick up one, and Frex will pick up another one as well. So TSS down to just one, although the bubble might save them for now, although it looks like in the kill feed they have been eliminated. Now we're down to 4 as Furia now make their move. Big hits with the PK. Zeratricky trying to connect with his Gibraltar, can't quite do so. And that will be OXG coming out on top of that battle as well. They'll have to get those reses up as we have Torrent, SSG moving in on each other as well. Space Station, beautiful shots coming out of Drops with that flatline. He'll take down Uris, and it looks like they are going to be potentially winning this battle, but no, Frex will go down as well. The bubble comes in once more. The caustic gas just holding off both these teams as they just stare into the whites of each other's eyes until, of course, they will clean things up, SSG.
And OXG was able to get reses on both of their teammates because of the fact that that fight took so long. But the problem is they didn't hit the flesh meds, so they are fairly weak. SSG doesn't realize that. All they're seeing is massive armors coming in from behind, and now we have a one-on-one. Protectful looking for an armor swap. Looks like he can't find it. He has one more massive shot to hit. Can he do it? It looked like a trade. Are you kidding me? Well, that was desync if I've ever seen it. Protectful, that looks good to me.
Space Station awarded with the victory at the end. They controlled that northern side of Trials for so long, and they will close out the final game of today in the North American ALGS Pro League with a victory. It was about as intense as a moment as you can get. It's the first time we've seen a real full-on 1v1 to win a game, Tom. The perfect way to close things out today.
And it was so close right there, too. They could have both dropped, and we could have ever had our first tie in Apex history. That's how close that one was. But just great job from both teams there. Space Station, again, playing that flawlessly up until the very end. OXG dealing with some really tough cards and some really tough fights that didn't go their way. However, they were able to push back and get second place overall, 16 points for them. Big story, though, is SSG bouncing back. They had such a slow day. The first 5 games, very lackadaisical, very underwhelming for Space Station gaming fans. They ended on a really high note, and they have to feel good about that performance.
24 points for them. OXG, like you mentioned, it was about as close as you can get to being a first place for them as well. 16 points on the board for them. Torrent, a good game as well. Furia really stepping up in the last few games too. Looking at the other end of things though, 100 Thieves, maybe they were the unfortunate benefactors of the caster curse there, Tom, as they came in 15th. Sentinels as well. I think maybe the caster curse from all of us has hit them. G2, just shocking not to see them in first place, to be honest with you, with the way they've been playing today. But 11th will be 2 1s together. So I guess you can kind of swing it that way if you want to give them another first place. But what a day it's been, Tom. It has been back and forth all day between the teams at the top. We had G2 going for a record amount of wins, but they couldn't get it done because of the fact that Space Station clutched up in those final moments.
And again, that's one of the toughest zones to go and play. So for Space Station to have the presence of mind to take the sniper tower and also realize that they have to go and watch their far west side to make sure no one else is flanking around from that back skyhook area is just big brain plays and a huge experience showing from this squad. And not only that, being able to execute all the way down from taking out teams like Complexity throughout the Trials area, slow playing it, making sure Shiny can't creep up and rat around the corner, and then finishing it off in that tough 3-on-3-on-3 situation. Also focusing the team on the high ground while they were falling. Frex hitting some really important wingman shots, ended up clearing out the team over towards the high ground. So many things have to go right in order for you to win in such a close lobby, but Space Station Gaming kind of created their own luck and created their own destiny by the way that they performed right there.
So Space Station doing everything right. And one person who's always doing everything right as well is my boy. It is Rain Day, who's going to be joining us once again. Space Station clutching up in the final moment. There's that smile that makes everyone so happy. Welcome back, mate. What a day it's been.
Hey. It's been a great day, and honestly, it was kind of a twist. You know, when Xset and was able to push G2, I think a lot of people in the audience kind of let out a little exultation, saying, "Oh no, we can't get the 4 out of 6." But overall, the job was done, and I think the rest of the lobby knew it, and that's where maybe gave SSG a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of freedom to explore, because up until then, it was nothing but G2's game to lose. OXG, another team, guys, that I feel like has put together some quiet but really solid performances today as well.
They have. I think that fight right there was so big for them. Hambino coming through and hitting the res and getting back up, but protectful mainly with these barrels. And again, winning it without getting multiple knocks on your team allows you to go a little bit further. We saw everybody really starting to heat up. I mean, the way that the shots were coming through, I don't want to call it hockeys or anything, but it looked like NA was shooting a little bit better than the EU teams and the EMEA teams. I'm just throwing that out there.
I like it how Tom's left it until all of the Europeans will be asleep. To have his little play at the end of it, but don't worry, I'm here and I'll be relaying that message. But you are right, some of the shots that were being hit in these final moments, Tom, were absolutely crazy. And this is the 1v1 at the end of it. This is the point of view of Zanayo in this 1v. It was so close, and it couldn't have been closer. It could not have been closer. Maybe it was Mastiff versus Peacekeeper there made the difference with the big hit coming in for the PK. But as I said previously when we wrap things up, you can't have a better way to end a day than a 1v1 for a victory.
No, and that was, I think, what today really showed me. Is that North America seems to be stepping their game up on a whole nother level across the board. Yes, G2. Yes, Sentinels. Yes, 100 Thieves, who had a performance. We called them to step up to the plate. They did so and more. But overall, it feels like North America is a lot sharper today. Maybe something we're used to seeing in Europe across multiple teams. NA really proving that these top 7, these top 8, it's anybody's game. Xset getting themselves in that top 9. Complexity, a surprise, actually, to have dropped a little bit. Didn't kind of progress towards the back 3 games. But OXG, with that performance, jumps 1, Torrent jumped 2, and they get right behind G2 in the 2nd, 3rd place. That's a massive result for OXG and Torrent, especially Torrent with Rambo and Rogue subbing in. I mean, that's everything you need, Tom, obviously, when you're adding new players into a roster.
It's a tough pill to swallow for your 7th and 8th place squads there. 100 Thieves in Esports Arena, where they were sitting towards the top of the leaderboard for quite some time. It looks like they were going to be the 2 teams trying to push G2 back. Something happens all of a sudden where you see G2 take off and you realize, man, we got to win this game. And then that puts that extra amount of pressure on you. Unfortunately, that pressure did not go their way, and they lost some valuable points there. We were talking about how close that race was from 2nd all the way down to 9th. Well, now you see the way that this leaderboard shaped up. A lot of different shuffling happening all over the place.
Well, now we've got the seasonal standings coming up. And Mark, I want to get your thoughts on this. G2, obviously they're in 4th place now, coming in 1st in this lobby. That'll earn them another 12 points. But you can imagine, take that off. They were sitting around 20, kind of hovering in that 9, 10, 8, 7 spot. And this is a team that we know has so much potential all the time. They could win any lobby, but they don't always do so. Something was different today.
Oh, something was different, and Tom summed it up. It's the one word we always talk about with G2, right? Momentum, 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 momentum. They win that game, and they do it in some style, and then they look unstoppable. And I want to give a little shout-out as well down at the bottom there, 20th place, Furia. Some questions asked, rightly so, I have to say, about how they've been performing recently. But now, with today's performance, they get into that top 20. If we were to end the competition right now and head towards playoffs, they would be in that final lobby. On the other side of things, you know, you're looking at some of these teams down the bottom, you know, it's going to be a very worrying, scary, nervous last day for them because of that top 20. Some of those teams are still outside of it. SXG falling outside is somewhat of a surprise to me because they've been one of the surprise packages that we've had so far this season. And I can see them putting up a big performance in the final day to force their way in the top 20.
As well as Ghost, huh? Who were kind of, I think, started out right at the top 20, and they've got Madness playing with them as well. Six and Panders, competitors we've seen throughout all of the ALGS. So in that 23rd spot, they're definitely going to be vying for a little bit of a better performance. Not worried about relegation, but would be remiss to miss playoffs. That is for sure. And that is what's coming up. We've got a lot on the line, but of course, there's so much more coming in today's broadcast because we kind of have to start giving out our accolades. That's what makes where we are so special in the day. It's the end, and there are always a couple of people who stand out, and we save this segment for the end of the day to highlight them. Yes, of course, I'm talking about our final kind of segment of the day, the Monster Energy MVP. All right, well, there's always some standouts in today's play, and we know the team that stood out, but let's break it down to the players. Mark, for our Monster Energy MVP, who caught your eye today?
Gentrifying from G2. I thought that he was gentrifying today. The man was not missing too many bullets, and the way that he was making decisions in endgames was something that was really impressing me. Not just hitting shots, but taking some really, really smart angles. And one thing I love about the way that G2 played as well was their ability to use Ashe Ultimate in the late game to reposition so quickly. The difference between Wraith Portal and the Ashe Portal is that you can't see it coming if you're another team. It's almost instantaneous. You can't turn your head. You can't swivel your attention away. And if you can find a position behind a team, then this is when you put this man in a position to start doing what he does best. I mean, look at this POV towards the end of the game right now. It looks like he's playing a training mode almost. You know what I mean? It's just like bots in front of him and he's just like, yeah, cool. I'm just going to hit every single bullet. I'm going to make every single decision absolutely perfectly. And he was kind of the catalyst for a lot of good things that happened for G2 today. I will say alongside him, his two teammates played extremely well to put him in some really good positions, but I love watching the controller players on the Valkyrie as well, because I think it gives them that extra element of movement maybe they were missing before. It's just something you're limited to, right, when you're on the sticks instead of the mouse and keyboard, so it's kind of fun to watch. Some of the best aims in the game, being given that extra little bit of freedom as well to move around and be influential. Plus, the guy's wingman is nuts, and I love watching controller wingman because they don't miss very often.
And we don't often give Valkyrie ultimates enough love when they're successful. We obviously call them out when they aren't. It's very obvious, but to have those moments happen very few and far between, that shows that Gent not only playing well, but he's making great decisions on when and how to execute those skyward dives. Tom, obviously you were watching. You have somebody else, though, that you'd like to highlight for today's MVP segment.
Yeah, after Game 5, I was still thinking 100 Thieves was coming back, so I was really hoping Vayne was going to have a pop-off game, because when you look at the way that he was performing when he had that Kraber early on in the series, Vayne was putting in serious work, and they had such a high kill performance at a certain time. You can see he takes down Lou right there. He's just going for gold, basically. This guy is swinging for the fences. He was not playing around in this game. Unfortunately for 100 Thieves, they weren't able to finish this game off. And if that was the case, if they would have finished this game off, they would be sitting pretty in a potential playoff spot guaranteed right now. Tomorrow, they're going to be biting their nails and sitting on the edge of the seat, wondering if they're going to actually make it through. So you have to be a little bit worried if you're 100 Thieves, but you still got to give a lot of credit for how they played, because we started to see that team that won the championship, and they're starting to come back to that form. The way that they do that, they're going to need someone like Vayne, who's going to be popping off as their main slayer. I thought he brought that today.
Well, we have maybe the most dominant team in these playoffs so far showing up today in G2 with a performance that we will remember for a while. And we have our winners of the final playoffs that has gotten them one of the biggest orgs in the world to sign them on in 100 Thieves. It's Gentrifying and Vayne. Those will be your Monsters MVP for today. Well, boys, it's been a heck of a day. We've seen so many different things across EMEA and in North America, but I want to shift the conversation a little bit more casual, but I think a little bit more meta-focused. We've talked so many players. We're going to have a chance to talk to some players in a moment, but how has the Ashe had an impact? I know we witnessed Valkyrie have this impact for a select amount of teams in last year's playoffs or in this summer's playoffs, and it was kind of not fully adopted, and then eventually everyone said, I should have played Valkyrie. We would have been better off if we had committed to the Valk. Is this going to kind of be a repeat of what we're seeing with Ashe here? Because what I'm looking at, it's different than Wraith, but it seems like if you use it well, it could be more effective. Tom?
I think so. I think that people just have a little bit of a learning curve, and that's what you're seeing right now. Give it some time, give it some integration, let the players digest on how to go and make these plays, give them a little bit more experience under their belt with Ashe individually and with the team, and I think we're going to see the rise of Ashe for sure.
I'll jump off the back of that, Rain. I think that Ash's abilities are actually very underutilized at the moment in the competitive scene because, unlike Wraith, you have that instant ability, like I talked about with G2, to move from point A to point B. And in an end game, that can be absolutely massive. Even moving 10 feet behind two teams that are fighting can win you the game. Also, the tether is something that isn't talked about a lot. With the tether, you get to delay teams making pushes. Again, gets in an end game where you've got 5-6 teams alive. If you could just hold a team for the extra half a second to stop them moving out from behind cover, to keep them taking a little bit of zone tick damage, that's the difference in games. But it's also difficult to say because you're always replacing something, right? You're always saying, this is what she can do, but then you lose something that another legend can give you. So it's always that trade-off. But I think Ash is certainly going to be something we're going to be seeing some more of.
Well, it's interesting. The team that has put a master class together when it comes to a performance today is also maybe teaching a master class on how to utilize the latest legend and her phase breach. You know who I'm talking about. It's G2 Esports. We've got none other than James Bardoff standing by with Gentrifying. Let's go ahead and hear him.
Whoa. Not Gent. It's me. It's Design.
Welcome. welcome.
Hello.
Before we get
Wrong
into
person.
the new characters and such, I just want to ask you, you guys have been together since at least January 2020. So how did you guys come about as a team, and what gives you the longevity to not have an unstable roster to this date?
We've been together for about a year before Pro League was even announced. We were doing it on console. We were on PS4 running a PlayStation Pro League, and we decided to just stick together as soon as it was announced for PC, and we all switched at the same time, and decided to just run it down mid. And we haven't switched since. We're definitely the longest standing in North America, but I don't know in the world, but definitely up there for in the world longest standing roster.
I like to mention that you're one of the teams that I like to watch playing with the style you have. And that's before Ash came into the party. The way you guys used to utilize Wraith, have your high ground and engage, disengage, and have your skirmishes and just cause problems for people was really, really fun to watch. But what made you change from a setup with Wraith to a setup with Ash?
Okay, well, that is because we've been getting shit on since champs, honestly. Like, we played Wraith, Octane, Gibby. We figured it out. We had it all figured out. We placed top 5 for like 20 tournaments in a row, top 5, if not top 3. And we had it all figured out. And then they added Valk into the meta. And it screwed us over. And this whole time we've been like searching, like trying to figure it out. And then like 2 days ago, we were playing this tournament, and I talked to Gent and the boys, and I was like, you know what? I was like, we can really make this Valk thing work out. I think if we add in Ash as well, like it's super good for the way that we play and looking for teams on edge, because we can see the death boxes around the map. And then also the only time we've ever been dying is when we don't have a Valk ult. So we just decided to last minute change. You know, we only had 2 games of practice in comp before this. It was a tournament this week. We had just played it for 2 games and decided to bust it out today. And I was telling everyone we were cooking up something special, and it's great to see that we provided. You know.
Looking at your results so far this split, before today you had 1 win, you had 1 second place and 4 third places, and then you came today and collected almost all the medals. So that's a great result in the short term. And do you think that's all down to the composition, or do you think you just got lucky in certain situations that went your way?
I think it's a lot to do with the composition. I mean, we were trying the G2 special, just Bloodhound Wraith, and just hammering it in on the edge of zone. But these Valk teams, the Valk teams like to stay at the very edge of zone as far as they can. So they'll sit there and they'll gate you the whole time, and you won't be able to rotate in, and it'll screw you over. And like we found ourselves not being able to get to end zone constantly, and we were just getting by getting all the kills on edge, and like that was keeping us able to go to land before it got canceled, and we were just riding on that until we figured out the Valk thing. But as soon as we started linking Valk and Ash together and synergizing with both of those, like if I throw a tether and Jen throws a Valk Q, the person's just going to insta die pretty much. And I think we found we literally just started it today, so we're only going to get better with this comp.
So obviously on the broadcast, I guess our main focus in terms of the Ash implementation is the ult, and there were some pretty crazy late round ults that we saw in some of those games. But you mentioned the death boxes. How important is that to the information game for you guys?
Well, with us, we usually sit around like the edge of zone. It takes us a while to loot thermal. So while we're rotating, we can see people like fighting in Skyhook and like Lava Fisher, because like it depends on which way we rotate through the map. But while we're running, I could see death boxes in the kill feed. Just open up my map, see where they're dying at, and we'll know exactly where each team is going to be like rotating in at, and we could catch them, get a couple extra KP on the way in. So it's super nice, her passive, for the way that we play on edge at least.
So last question from me. There was one game where I think there were two teams on top of each other, and I think we had Furia to the side. And I think in part it was a game of chicken with the portals to make it over to the other side. You guys went for the portal. You were on the low ground. You had some absolutely nutty wingman play. But just talk me through that situation, because it looked pretty scary for all the teams concerned.
Are you talking about in thermal on the jungle gym? Yeah. So what our plan the whole time was to stay on the top of thermal till the very last second. We didn't really want there's a people at the bottom of the zip lines to go up to station, and we didn't want to focus them. We wanted them to walk up on the team underneath, so then they would fight each other. So we'd be able to just instant ash ult to there and be able to hold it. We had to stay at the top of thermal till the very last second and make sure any team that, because there was one or two teams that landed up there, but all you have to do is just keep forcing them and hammering them down, and then be the last team to get up there, which is pretty much the only spot that's going to be able to do that is top thermal. So we ended up deciding a lot of our plays in thermal zones end up being from top thermal, and Ash makes it so much easier than like Wraith or anybody else. It's just an instant, like a quick portal.
Well, congratulations on your results today. A lot of us were looking for some huge W's for you, and you took them all in the same day, which is great fun to watch.
It's safe to say we're back.
Broadcast.
We are back, baby. We adapted. We've adapted. It took us a little bit, some soul searching, some testing, but it's safe to say old G2 is back.
Well, it's great to see, and hopefully some other teams will watch this lesson and try to adapt as well. We'll see if they're able to do that. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Gentrifying. We appreciate. I'm just playing with you. Design, great moments with James, and we had ourselves a laugh. Great energy, great, obviously, insight into the game. I love that interview, and Tom, I want to know, starting with you, what stood out to you? He talked about a lot of pieces of his team, their adaptability, and also the Ashe being implemented with the Valkyrie.
I think it's just exciting, and it goes to show that no matter how knowledgeable or strong the pro players may be, they still have a lot to learn, right? And they're going through soul searching, legend searching how to play this game, et cetera, et cetera. And now the excitement is back for them, and that means that they're going to grind harder, work harder, and start improving even more. And if that's the case, they already know how to shoot. They already have great teamwork. They already have cohesiveness and unity because they've been the longest lasting team in North America. What else do they need? They need to constantly be updated and stay up to date with the meta. And I think that's what they're doing right now. So hats off to them. And it's exciting to see them be happy about playing with their composition and not really feeling like they've fallen behind, because that's what seemed to be the case over the last couple of weeks, if not months.
Yeah, I just want to jump on the back of that quickly, because the one thing that stood out for me, we had some really good technical stuff. He just looked relieved, because I think there was a lot of pressure on those guys' shoulder, and I think they put pressure on themselves, and to finally perform, I think you could just see it. It was just relaxed, just relief that they've actually back to what they were doing best. So congratulations to it. It was a great day for G2.
G2 are back, but are the casters' predictions back? They may need to go away. I don't know if we want to see this screen, guys. We were way off.
We all won!
We all won and lost at the same time. It's kind of nice that we did it together. That's teamwork, right?
Hey,
if
the ship's going to sink, we're all going down together, all right?
That's right. My Titanic brothers, exactly. So, we've got a huge event coming up tomorrow. Obviously, we've got a big day. It's our final day of playoffs, and you do not want to miss it. It is going to, not playoffs, it's going to get us to playoffs. It's going to round out what we've been doing all the way since October after championships, and it's going to really help to define these storylines, who is going to make it into that top 20 with our new adjustments, obviously moving playoffs to an online format. It's going to be very exciting stuff as well. And if you guys want to keep up with all the action and all of the things that we've got going on in Apex Legends Esports, use hashtag ALGS, tweet at us, and follow us at Play Apex Esports. Make sure to follow us at Play Apex Esports on YouTube, and of course, Play Apex on Twitch. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's a fun one, guys. For us, me in North America and the West Coast, it's Saturday night. East Coast, it's getting a little later. And for Mark, I don't even know what time it is, man. He might as well have stayed up 2-3 days. He doesn't know either. So for all of you who've been watching us across the globe at all the time ranges and all the casters, the crew, behind the scenes and in front of the scenes, and of course the fans, thank you for hanging with us for yet another great day of ALGS Esports. We're back tomorrow, day 12. We're going to find out who makes those playoffs. I'm going to be casting. I'm off this hosting thing. Kate's coming back. I'm hanging out with Tom. We got Gaskin in the house as well. So we got a whole slew of action coming at you. Do not miss it. We'll see you then.